Today is a big day for us. Today is Children, Youth and Education Day. And, it's the 8th today and starts of the second week, so hopefully people had some rest. And it's a pleasure for us to also kick this day, which will be mainly focused on education, on things related to how can we as young people educate the world about climate. So that will be the main theme of the day. Welcome to all people following us on YouTube. You can also interact with us and share with your colleagues and share your thoughts with us. And so our first session today, we have Education Cannot Wait, I Can't Wait, and also the Global Education, Center for Education. So the first session is Intergenerational Workshop, the transformative power of education amid the climate crisis. So it will be a 55-minute session. And hoping to have a lot of interaction and engagement. And of course, we have some fruits and refreshments to start our day in a healthy way. So giving it to the session coordinators, and let's start the day.
Thank you,
Thank
San.
you.
Hello everyone, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much and thanks for setting the tone for the event today. And welcome to the event that is on Intergenerational Workshop, the transformative power of education amid the climate crisis. As already introduced, but I will just do a reintroduction of the amazing organizations that we have today with us from Education Cannot Wait, Global Partnership for Education and Youth for Education in Emergencies. So today's session is basically going to be focusing on climate-related disasters, how they have particularly serious impact on education for young people. And since we're also halfway through COP, it is, so far have been listening to high-level overviews of the situation. So while we acknowledge the voices of the most marginalized and vulnerable children and youth who could not be here today, the missing majority and the fact that many of these young people are from countries most severely affected by climate change, we'll now turn to our speakers, Folyanka and Ines, to have an interactive session on basically trying to understand. So I'll have the honor of basically asking Ines first. Ines, you are a strong advocate for youth voices. So what do you see as the role of young people in building resilient education systems? And can you share any experiences of young people getting access to decision-making spaces and the impact?
Thank you, Purvi. And maybe before I speak, who are you and where do you come from?
Sorry, okay. I'll just introduce myself. I am Purvi Mehrotra. I am working with Restless Development. It is a youth-led non-profit organization that's working globally on youth-led initiatives around gender equality, sexual rights, climate change. And I am from India here, representing at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Purvi. So I can see a lot of young people in the room, and the question was, what is the role of young people? I mean, there are so many roles for young people in building a more resilient education system because it's our future, right? And I think all of us here agree, so maybe to those watching online who don't agree, come and talk to us because we're already building those education systems. I had the privilege of working at Restless before where one of our colleagues led a research on education for the Rewired Summit 1.0, which happened 2 years ago. And over 3,000 young people responded to that, showing their interest in making sure that we were building education systems fit for purpose. And when we talk about resilient education systems, for me, we're not talking just about climate, just about education. We're talking about jobs, we're talking about gender, we're talking about people having access to water, people having access to a peaceful place where they can learn. So resilience to me embarks all of those topics. And because as young people we have more to live in the future, we have more stake in this as well. And as young people also, we've kind of been given the burden to prepare for the children and future generations that are coming and how their education systems will be impacted in the future. I have the privilege of being a youth ambassador with Their World, and we have a lot of work that we're doing on early education systems and how we can make sure that children have the right access access to education in contexts that are harder, but also what impacts that's going to have in their lives. And a couple stats for you. 90% of climate-related health effects will be borne by children under 5. So when we're talking about young people and how we can help build something, it's not just for ourselves, it's also for children that are coming. And 90% of the child's brain development takes place between 0 and 5 years old. So even though we feel young right now, when we're trying to build education systems that are resilient, we need to think about them too. And so the second part of the question was on how have young people been engaged in processes, and I could say that a lot of the times we feel we're tokenized, we're not listened to, but there are good examples out there. I know GP has sent, and I'm sure you'll share them later. One that I was particularly pleased to see young people involved in was before the Transforming Education Summit a couple years ago, and there was a task force of young people that was brought together. A couple of the fellows that I work with, Alice and Thais, engaged with the organizers of the Transforming Education Summit to have a youth space, to have young people present a declaration directly to the Secretary General. And then it wasn't just that. There's a follow-up now. So they've just announced their SDG for Youth second cohort that will be directly feeding into the high-level steering committee on SDG 4. So there are examples out there, and I would encourage you to look for them, because we can, of course, sit here and say not enough is being done, but some things are being done, and it's good to highlight them as well. So Folinka, you probably have examples, or I don't know if I'm stepping in too much, but Purvi.
Thanks so much, Inez. I think you shared most of it, but I think I just wanted to emphasize that what you said about there is already work being done and there are already opportunities. I think we have a lot of young people who are engaging at different levels, at the community level. One of our GPE youth leaders in the audience, Valentine, from Kenya, and we have Salha as well, but Valentine is working with teenage mothers in rural Kenyan communities and helping them to develop sort of climate smart farming approaches. So so that's sort of getting engaged at the community level, thinking about making the best use of the resources that are available, and also farming in a way that is sustainable and is friendly for and makes it more lasting for generations to come, and also copes with the changing climate, changes in water patterns and rain patterns, and increasing drought. And then of course you have sort of at the more policy level, for example, things like mock COP, which we have some mock COP colleagues in the audience as well, and the outcomes from that are calling for climate smart education systems and education that incorporates climate education. And so there are young people getting involved at all these different levels, and there's so many opportunities. And just also emphasizing that your voices are being heard. There is change that's happening. It's not always as quickly as we'd like, but definitely there's so many places where young people are standing up and really, really pushing the needle and moving things forward.
Great, thank you so much. With this, this has been really interesting, but for my own understanding, for Yinka, would you also just like to build up a little more on climate smart education, like what exactly that is and how are we looking it into rebuilding?
Sure, happy to talk a bit more about that. So in partnership or in response to conversations and demand from our partner countries, GPE, together with partners, worked on developing the Climate Smart Education Systems Framework. And what this is looking at how to build education systems that are climate resilient, which means that they allow learning to occur even when there is a climate event, such as a flood or a sustained drought that would normally affect children's ability to attend school. And they're also set up in such a way that they encourage children to also be climate champions. And so they learn about their environment and what they can do, as well as equipping them with the skills, the foundational learning skills, and also the 21st century skills to go out and make a change and become climate champions. So there are sort of 7 components of a climate smart education system that includes data and evidence, policy and planning, coordination, finance, infrastructure, teaching and learning, and schools and communities. And of course, we have gender being cross-cutting across all these aspects. And so what GPE is doing is we're working with country partners to incorporate climate considerations into every aspect of their education sector planning, especially across these 7 dimensions. So for example, let's look at infrastructure, which is when we look at school buildings and how are we making those more climate resilient. So following Cyclone Idai and Cyclone Kenneth, which affected over 1,300 primary schools in Mozambique, GPE partnered with the government to build more resilient infrastructure, more resilient school infrastructure that benefited about 2.1 million students and meant that their schools and their learning spaces would not be as affected by any future climate events. And for example, we can talk about how that's at the primary level, but also at the early learning facilities. GP is working with Laos to incorporate climate resilient design measures in early learning facilities. So that involves drainage improvement for flood control, also rainwater harvesting and recycling in water scarce areas, and tree plantation to help protect the areas around the schools from erosion and from landslides. And of course, gender equality is at the heart of a climate smart system. We have to be thinking about the different impacts on boys and girls and the different needs that they have. And we know that the climate impacts are not gender neutral. So we have to ensure that we're really thinking about the different considerations and the needs of different populations, and also addressing issues such as gender-based violence and early marriage that are on the rise and that are exacerbated when there are climate events. So those are the different components, and so it's something that we're working with partners to implement, and there is an initiative that's been launched and it's being piloted in Malawi and Zimbabwe in terms of working with the ministries of education to start to incorporate these concerns, and we're very excited. Our board has approved the expansion of this to 20 additional countries. So really looking forward to moving that work forward in the future.
That's great. Thank you so much, both Ines and Faryanka. That was a great discussion that we had in terms of understanding, like, how it can really look like. We have the next speakers with us, April and Raki. So, and what from Faryanka basically said, I think it also sets the tone, like, when we know that we can play a role in the wake of a crisis. But April, as we also know that, communities also have an important role to play. So can you share some experiences where community engagement was critical in ensuring access to education even after or during a crisis?
Okay, thank you. First, I will introduce myself. I think there is some people who just came.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. My name is April, and thank you for inviting me to be the speaker here. And yeah, actually, the climate change movement in Indonesia is very massive. And numerous programs from Plan Indonesia actively involve youth communities in climate change initiative, such as EIE Ambassador, which I taking the part for it. EIE is education in emergency that involved youth from all over the world, including Indonesia, and I'm the representative. We also have a youth leader for climate campaign, and we have Pemimpin Muda untuk Iklim, or young leaders for climate, and communities engaged in climate change issue in the form of seed grants. And unfortunately, has not been similar support funding from the national or the national government in Indonesia. So yeah, we have some challenges in the financing. So yeah, it's such a really important problem, important issue that we have to support youth and also children and women, not only in material but also in financing issues. In additional, also in the decision making and policy making sector, youngsters are not extensively involved. So there is a perception that youth are merely targets and do not play a key role in that. So the youth are merely do not play a key role in the adaptation, mitigation, and monitoring process. Consequently, mass youth involvement occurs only when disaster happens. So there is challenges where the youth are not involved for the policy making, the decision making, and yeah. And also, in this session, I hope that we all of us from over the world would encourage each other to involve the youth and to encourage the world leaders maybe to support the youth, and also we have to I mean, the women and youth role in the community of climate change action is really important. Yeah, since women have sorry, okay. So, since women find themselves in a position where they bear the impacts of climate change and unevenly, so it's also important to providing access and opportunities for women in managing natural resources, granting women access to education and healthcare, and involving them in training programs, especially in those related to climate change and disaster management, because women should play an active key role because they are closely connected to the nature. Since they given birth and they have different biological needs than men, so yeah, women and youth and children have to get involved to this movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, April. Raki, before we move on to you, but do you have any more thoughts on how community engagement can look like in terms of crisis intervention?
Yes, thank you. I think, well, Education Cannot Wait specifically thinks about education in schools and temporary learning spaces. So if you think about those kind of institutions, who are the community groups that can really support? And I think there are interesting models with parent-teacher associations. So you really use the voice of parents and bring them into the education experience. So one of the things we know, as April was discussing actually, is how the gender dynamics play out in terms of access to education, and girls are so often left behind. So it can be something quite simple as working with families when exams come around to really talk about the idea of access to examinations, because sometimes there are fees that need to be paid, or it's encouraging families to think about how can we ensure that children, once they're in school, stay in school, especially girls, because it's not just about getting them into school, it's about getting them through all the grades from primary to secondary. And there are interesting models I think you can use to really encourage communities and families to engage in that educational journey and be supportive of their children who are attending school, including in collaboration with teachers, with head teachers, etc., as well as obviously the students themselves.
Right. Yes. Thank you so much. I think that plays a crucial role, as involving women as well, because they are the chief people who might be looking at how the community can also come together, and children play a crucial role in that. And as you also mentioned that there are other aspects to look into. So with that, I would also like to ask you, Raki, that since we are also seeing an increase in frequency and intensity of climate crisis and events that then lead to secondary crises as spread of diseases, displacements and everything. So why is education access a priority in such situations, and what actions does Education Cannot Wait focuses on?
Sure. So maybe before I answer directly the question, I just want to paint that scene that you were talking about in terms of what we're seeing in terms of a rise. So let me throw out a few numbers. Education Cannot Wait, we produce now these global estimates. So we can quantify what the issue is. So we know that 224 million children and adolescents globally who are crisis-affected children and adolescents are in need of urgent education assistance. So 224, we're talking about approximately the population of Pakistan or Brazil, an entire country's worth of children who are in need of urgent assistance. And of that number, we know that 72 million are completely out of school. 72 million completely out of school. 127 million are in school, but they're not achieving the basic minimum proficiencies that are set out in SDG 4, which, as we know, is about the right to quality and inclusive education, which hopefully many of us in this room have benefited from, but we now know that 127 million children out there are not getting that. And what we've done this year, just ahead of COP, is we've tried to investigate, okay, we have those numbers, but what about climate-affected children and adolescents within those numbers? And we can now quantify that that's 62 million children in these contexts who are missing out on an education because of climate shocks of the type we've heard before, and we've heard on this panel. And we know that droughts particularly are the severest in terms of impact. And so what does that look like for Education Cannot Wait? I think we go in and we really think about continuity of education after a climate shock. So if we have, for example, flooding in Pakistan, there were 29,000 schools that were damaged or destroyed, and 2 million children were out of school. And apparently, even after 3 months after the floods, you could only see the tops of the school buildings. So what were those children doing for those 3 months? Well, I mean, it took more than 3 months to even for the flood, to recede. They were in temporary learning spaces that we helped provide and our partners helped provide to keep them learning. In those kind of situations, we can also think about cash grants. I think for example, the issues of severe drought in the Horn of Africa. And what you find there is that it's cash grants that really can help families keep their children in school, particularly girls in school, in some of the worst parts of the drought-affected, some of the worst parts of Ethiopia in terms of that were drought affected. We found that the rates of child marriage went up some 120%. So I think girls really are at the front line of the climate crisis, and they are the ones who particularly miss out on an education. So how can you work with families to ensure that we're keeping girls in school? And then once they're in school, it's about having, ensuring latrines are provided, rehabilitated, ensuring, menstrual hygiene kits, etc. And also training teachers in gender-based violence, but also in psychosocial counselling. I think we can all appreciate that after these climate shocks, children are naturally going to be traumatized, and particularly in these countries where we're not just talking about one shock. There might have been, a child who's a refugee, being displaced cross-border, comes to another country, and that displacement is a result of conflict, but they're then in a situation where there's a drought, another cycle of drought, and then perhaps there's a sudden onset flood event. So it's about multiple stresses in one child's lifetime, and so we really try to think holistically about that provision. And the last thing I just say is we also want to move to a situation of acting early. We have the climate modelling. I'm sure we've all been at COP now and we've heard about the wonderful science that we can benefit from, so we can know which schools are going to be affected in which regions, which areas are more drought affected, etc. And we can act early to work with schools, to train teachers, to think about disaster risk reduction, again, with communities, with parents, and with students themselves.
Great, thank you so much. And, it's been lovely hearing all our speakers. And some of the key discussions that, they've kind of just talked about on taking the actions to build climate resilient education systems, and also bringing in the fact that climate change is not gender neutral, and, bringing in children in this aspect is a very crucial role that we really need to look into. And, I think no better time than now to just, have this in the conversation as well. Now that we've had this brilliant discussion, we will also be engaging all of you in the audience to have a discussion around. So it's the time to start the workshop, because it's an intergenerational workshop that we are looking into. So we are going to put everything that we have just heard into practice. So, they have shared from their own experiences, but all of you sitting here also are coming from your own backgrounds and your own lived realities. So that will be something that we will be coming together for. So I'm not sure if everyone's received the QR codes that's needed. It's not needed? Okay. All right. So we will basically be looking into two aspects of it. So in the workshop of, coming together. So maybe can I request one of you to lead on to this?
Yes. I don't know if you can hear me. So we're going to split into two groups, and we're going to be looking at the approaches of ECW and GPE in addressing sort of climate events and addressing education access in two different situations. I think we'll go back to the two different situations. So in the ECW group, we'll be looking at the approach in South Sudan, and in the GPE group, we'll be looking at the approach in Myanmar. And what we really want to do is really hear from you in terms of any thoughts you have, any feedback you have. We'll be sharing some of the actions that were taken at an institutional level and also what that looked like on the ground, and would be wanting to hear from you where you think young people could be more involved, ideas on engaging more young people, or any other gaps that you see as the discussion goes on that you would like to share your thoughts on. I think, is that an accurate
Yeah,
representation?
no, absolutely.
Awesome. And so we might just split the room.
Yeah, exactly. So South Sudan
Yes,
on this
on this side,
and then Myanmar on that side.
On that side where our paper
And I
fell
also
down.
believe breakfast was promised, so I hope that at
Yes.
some point breakfast will be
Shared.
will arrive and then
It's
help
there.
fuel our brainstorming. So
Yes.
we'll check on that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
sorry to just break it. We need to end the session. So if you can just wrap it up in a second. Sorry, can we all just turn back? You can continue to have your breakfast. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in the discussion. I hope it was quite meaningful in order to also develop how this is going to phase out. Can I just have your attention for 1 more minute? We'll just close it. Yeah. Thank you so much. And from what the discussions we were seeing, which were happening, so I think there were some lot of interesting pointers that I could see, like, where it's coming into engaging in the youth fund, where we are wanting to engage in reconstruction, also working with the youth council, and seeing like how schools can become safe spaces for children, because climate crisis is something which we've heard again and again in our panel discussions as well, that it's not something which is impacting everyone equally. So it is something which is impacting people differently. It is not gender neutral, and schools are like some of the safest spaces where children can really have access to, but that's also something during climate crisis can become challenging. So I would really like to thank all our panelists who spoke at the event and for their continued dedication and commitment towards working towards this cause. And I would once again like to thank Ines and other panelists as well. So where we could really look into understanding, like, the kind of work which has been happening. And just towards the end, so, Rakhi from Education Cannot Wait, and Folyanka from Global Partnership Education, Ines from UN Foundation, and April from Indonesia. So we really thank you all for coming in and sharing your points. Thank you.
The transition. Say hi, thank you everyone. Want to do Thank you very much. Hello, hello, hello. How was the first session for everyone?
Hi, everyone. Thank thank you so much for taking part in the previous session. I hope you have liked it. I hope you have eaten something. Right now, we're going to start the next session. It's a capacity business section with UNFCCC and Triple C. Walk it like we talk it. Climate communication for community-led action. I invite Rudy to the stage. Thank you so much. Please, everybody have a seat. We are starting right now.
Are we on and ready for the next session? It's gonna be about capacity development and by UNFCCC, so let us start.
Is the mic working? Is the mic on? Yeah, perfect. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a good start to the second week of COP. Would everyone just want to maybe move in the middle so that it's just easier for all of us to like interact? Because this is going to be a very fun, interactive sort of session. Perfect. While everyone is getting settled, I can begin with a little bit of an introduction about me and about the program. My name is Radhi, and I work for the UN Climate Change Secretariat from the Capacity Building Team. So the Capacity Building Team and the Action for Climate Empowerment Unit, those are the two teams that have together worked towards the implementation of this new initiative that the UNFCCC has launched in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment of Italy called the Youth for Capacity Program. And one of the key things that or mantras that we go around with Youth for Capacity is that young people are recipients of capacity building, but they're also capacity builders themselves. So with this very active mindset that, young people are it's not a unidirectional process, it's a bi-directional thing when we look at capacity building. So with the mantra of that, we've started off Youth for Capacity, and it's been a year since the program is running, and we've been doing all sorts of interesting activities across the board. But before that, you see a wonderful picture over there by one of our colleagues, Pamela from Climate Words, an organization that works on climate literacy. So as you can see, she's used a wonderful image, and it has the word capacity building on there. You'll see some post-its around you. So what I would like for you to do is that as we go through the presentation and into the session, please write down the first word that comes to your mind when you think of capacity building. So just one word, and my colleagues over here, Basma, can help in collecting the post-it notes. And because at the end of the day, there is a very process-oriented definition of capacity building, but we want to work with defining capacity building together. So yeah, the first word that comes to your mind when we say capacity building, please feel free to write it down on the post-it notes. Cool. So as you do that, what I would do is work with, so you saw the picture over there. It's the same in landscape over here as well. And I wanted to sort of, we would have had Pamela join us today. Unfortunately, given COP and the multiple different obligations there are, she wasn't able to make it. But we have a little video on what Climate Words does and what Pamela's organization does. So I'd really request the lovely tech team to help us out with the video.
The climate conversation has been evolving at an accelerating rate in recent years. Words are a fundamental carrier of meaning in language.
Without the right words, the right solutions will not be found. Our mission is to provide people with the tools they need to talk about climate and take action.
Climate Words exists to promote climate literacy by curating a growing lexicon of climate language submitted by leaders in the discourse. We are building an online database that consists of words, books, and stories.
Our definitions are focused on storytelling. We ask experts to define a word in their own words, and then we back it up with supporting evidence.
We invite frontline authors, indigenous leaders, policymakers, explorers, and designers to pick a word that is most important to their climate work and define it in their own voice. We support each entry with research, factual context, photographic evidence, and further reading.
The website is a database that documents climate solutions, portraying a cross-section of inspiring leaders in an interdisciplinary range of fields, creating an online community of informed climate optimists.
Climate literacy is worryingly low. A 2021 survey found only 15% of respondents in Germany, France, Italy, UK, and the USA proved to be climate literate. Less than 5% of American respondents can be considered highly climate literate.
We believe knowledge is power and taking informed action is contagious. We also believe we have the resources and ideas we need to meet global climate targets.
Increased climate literacy correlates directly with increased climate action. Those with high climate literacy are more than 3 times as likely to make an active effort to tackle climate change.
We exist to equip the curious with the right tools for them to address the climate crisis. We're living in a time of negotiation with the systems of the past and the systems of tomorrow. Our vision is a world in which people use words as common ground.
Fantastic. So Climate Words is one such youth-led organization that the Youth for Capacity program collaborates with. And you saw Pamela on there. She's a wonderful photographer, storyteller, and that is her picture. So everyone, if you're interested in the work of Climate Words, please do check out their webpage. They have a massive resource of really researched content, but also delivered through storytelling. So that's a little bit on Climate Words. If I could just have the slides back up, please. Right, so what I could do is give you a little bit of insight of what Youth for Capacity does. So as a program, what we look at is 5 pillars of activities. We do a lot of virtual skill enhancement and knowledge enhancement events and all of that. Then we have an in-person arm where events such as these, events at the regional climate weeks, we sort of work with youth-led organizations and like co-develop agenda and programming. We recently, with UNDP, launched our mentorship program, which is going to kickstart next year. So that would be a very peer-to-peer, exciting space for young people to interact and learn from each other. And then finally, it's a youth program. You have to have cool and fun communications and outreach mechanisms, and that's what we're trying to set up. So how many of you use TikTok over here? I see one, so that's great. But I know you as well. So perfect. Well, TikTok, Instagram, all of those spaces are something that we do want to, promote more content on and engage more on, because that is a space that young people have reclaimed for ourselves. So if you're interested, please do join us there. That being said, the strategic focus of the program is on 3 key things. One of them is community building, because at the end of the day, if you're looking at the bi-directional process of young people being capacity recipients, but also capacity builders, there's a lot to learn from that space. And we often hear from a lot of young people, and I myself can speak to that, is that we learn a lot from our peers more than we learn from events and everyone else. So building a community is something that the Youth for Capacity program is looking to do, and working on the regional and sub-regional level, because we have a lot going on already on the international front, but really how do you make these spaces and claim these spaces on the regional and sub-regional level? So we do that through the UNFCCC Regional Climate Weeks, and we're hoping to do that on virtual end as well next year. And then finally, collaborations and partnerships. So that's extremely important, because Youth for Capacity is nothing without its partners. We heard from one on Climate Words, and we've had 43 this year in the first year of the program. So you see a couple of youth-led organizations, a couple of UN-focused. So if you do have a youth-led organization or youth-focused organization, please do reach out to us. We definitely have appetite to grow this list even more and build this sort of pool of partners that everyone can connect with. That being said, we want to hear from one of our partners, Care About Climate. So I have Tesla over here from Care About Climate, who, Care About Climate is an organization that we've partnered with throughout this year, and we've had fantastic success in that. So I'll pass it over to Tesla.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I would love to talk more about Care About Climate. Care About Climate is an international organization that is currently looking for an international network, and we aspire to create or to make young leaders more into advocating and doing their own strategy. So what we do is providing them tools such as knowledge, being able to share spaces, these international spaces where they can come up, tell their stories, and also kind of learn with each other. Since we are a digital organization, we are all over across the world, and that gives us great opportunity to learn from other people that are having other experiences, other backgrounds, and kind of understand, come up with these climate change solutions as well. So a few of the programs that Care About Climate has are the NDC Equity Project, which is a kind of database where we are kind of analyzing information from NDCs. We also have the Care About COP course, which is one that I'm currently participating, which is kind of providing these self-paced programs that will help engage speakers, young climate activists to either be leaders, whatever their goal is. And also the Climate Communities of Practice in CLUF, which is a mentorship, basically also giving advocacy to the leaders and also providing more information around this. So since today we are, and kind of to conclude, we're talking about the youth capacities for climate action, one that Care About Climate has would be the equal access to information, being able to have so many people around in different communities and providing the information so they can come up with strategies that we can come up for climate change, as well as sharing this information, being able to collaborate together, and encourage these young leaders to become peers, experts, and be someone, their own advocate in their community. So these are a few of the things that Care About Climate does for youth capacities. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tesla. So much like Care About Climate, we welcome, do you want to take a seat? Yeah, perfect. So we welcome many other youth organizations to join the Youth for Capacity program as well. I'm actually going to go back to the slide. Cool. So I think at the beginning, I sort of asked everyone to write down the first word that comes to their mind as they think of capacity building. So Basmala here could help us out in sort of collecting your answers, because the idea is to build an understanding of what capacity building is together, because it means different things on different levels. I always say that capacity building is such a cross-cutting issue in the UNFCCC process as well, because there's the whole length and breadth of it, because it's always capacity building for something. So capacity building for adaptation, for mitigation, for access to finance. But at the end of the day, it's also at different levels. So it's capacity building for individuals, for organizations, for institutions, on a systemic level for countries. So it's a very integral part of climate action, and that's exactly what we want to sort of define together in what that means for young people as well. That being said, what we want to do right now, given that we have about 10 minutes left into this session, is do something. Has everyone played dumb charades in their life? Like, have you played a game of charades? Yeah, I hear some, I see some nods. Right, so if one of you would like to volunteer, and I'm going to give you a word which is related to the climate action space or the COP space, and you'd essentially have to act it out for everyone, because we want to look at how communication tools can be used to sort of communicate a difficult word in an easier way, and yeah, something as simple as acting it out. Tesla, do you want to go as well? Do you want to volunteer? Yeah. You want to volunteer? Yeah, I could. You want to act it out? Okay, so I'm going to give Tesla a word. I'm just going to put her on the spot right now. Okay. So I'm going to give her a word, and then she's going to act it out. So as you guess it, please, yeah, scream out the words. Okay, so she has a word. Oh, wow, that was quick. I thought that would take longer. So yeah, that was negotiations. So anyone else would like to volunteer and come up and act a word out? I promise I'll give you a simpler word. You want to come up? I see some, yeah. This is going to be chill, come. I promise I'll give you an easy-ish word. Okay, so he has his word. No, sorry, I didn't get your name. So Victor here is going to act the new word out. It's actually an easy word, but it's like 3 words. So already that's a hint for everyone. It's 3 words. Do you want to split it up in like, and maybe act the first one? Yeah, just act the first one out. This is acting. This is part of the process. So 3 words is the first word. Yeah, we're getting there. Close. Say it again. Curiosity, okay. It's closer. When are we curious about things, or like when are we investigating for something? Malak is getting all the answers right now. So that was loss and damage. Malak, from the next round, you're not allowed to speak. You need to give everyone else chances. You know what, Malak, why don't you come up and act it out? Thanks so much, Victor. Malak, come on in. It was loss and damage. So he was looking at like, oh, what's loss? Malak, come on up. Okay, so Malak here is going to do the next one. Break it up. Break it up and try. But that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to learn together on how do we use all of the knowledge that we have, try to communicate it in a certain way so that everyone else can understand. Sure. Yeah. If you want to start off with that. Just with the first word, first letter. Okay, don't do the rest of the letters. Just start with that. That's a clue already. So it starts with an A. No, that was another word that I was thinking of. So thanks for taking away from my list. Now I need to think of new words. But yeah. There we go. See, that wasn't that difficult. Adaptation. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Who else would like to volunteer? Maybe your last one. And now I need to think of a new word as well because she took off my words. Do you want to come up given that you got it? I'll give you an easy one, I promise. I know I've been saying that, but I'll give you. Good question, but I wasn't the one having to act that out, so sucks to be you. Yeah. Do you want to come up? I'll give you an easy one. That's an easy one. I promise. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting closer. So she's pointing out to literally y'all. Yeah, the word is related to that as well. So you started off with individuals, right? So you started off with individuals. Think on those lines. Who are the individuals in this room? There we go. I mean, I kind of cheated and I gave a big hint over here, but yeah. All right. So with that, that was a fun little thing, and we're gonna do more of such sessions. We actually have one ever at what time? At 12 at the Impact and Empowerment Lab as well, where we're going to play a systems change string game. So that's going to be a really interactive session as well. So if you're free, please do come in over there. But yeah, that being said, this was brought together by the Youth for Capacity program. A big thank you to Climate Words and Care About Climate for collaborating with us on this session. And if you want to check us out, you can do so through this QR code. So all our work, activities, how to reach out to us, all of that is on the slide. But thank you so much, everyone, for your time and also for taking part in me having to just like push you in front of the bus and like act it out. Thanks, everyone. Have a lovely evening.
big day. Today is our day as young people. So at 11:30, which is now, we have the Global Youth Stocktake happening in El Waha Theater. So what happens there is that it'll be a big event with the presidency announced, and so everyone will be following that. So we encourage everyone to go and follow the session there to see what kind of big decisions are waiting for us as young people. We will join back in our program in around 1 hour 45 minutes. So thank you, everyone.
wanna see the way you move. Oh, oh, yeah. I wanna see something. I wanna be sure you like this cruise. I'm bringing the fire, nothing I can cool. There's no need to fight it. Feel this temptation. Just relax your body. Let the music take control. It's time to fight it. It's time to live. Feel like to party. Feel like to party. No need to fight it. Feel this temptation. Just relax your body. Let the music take control. It's time to fight it. It's time to live. We like to party. We like to party.
Something to feel alright. Remember all the time, remember all the time.
I want time with you, girl. You're moving it slow, you know. You're moving it slow, you know. That's why I just want more. I can never ever lie, girl, you look like my type of wine. You don't wanna cry, oh, today you never need to worry. All I need from my baby, something steady. Good shit, 5-star lady, body physically sexy, something steady. Smooth like a 5-star lady, that's my baby. The girl amaze me, yeah.
Remember all the time, remember all the time. Fire light, shine every. Remember, you give me something to feel alright. Remember all the time, remember all the time. Fire light, shine every. Remember, you give me something to feel alright.
Nobody ever hold me down like this. You won't start something, oh. You count on me for love. I've never ever seen this one. Whoa, whoa. This one I want chance. Maybe substance. I be your mentor. You give me tension, daddy. Feel to lose my head. I know if it lose you, baby. All I need from my baby. Something steady. Good shit, 5-star lady. Body physically sexy. Something steady. Smooth like a 5-star lady, that's my baby. The girl amaze me, yeah.
Remember all the time, remember all the time. Fire light, shine every. Remember, you give me something to feel alright. Remember all the time, remember all the time. Fire light, shine every. Remember, you give me something to feel alright.
Oh, my body nice, feel it too strong. I'ma get you freaky, you got them freaky. Oh, baby, why you gotta take so long? Yeah. Smoking NSC, now if you make me weak. I need you every day of the week. You're so fine, you wine so unique. Oh, my body tight and sweet. All I need from my baby, something steady. Good shit, 5-star lady. Body physically sexy, something steady. Smooth like a 5-star lady, that's my baby. The girl amaze me, yeah.
She no cry like I got no problems. She my style, no petite foreign. When she move, get release the bottom. She make me fall like the season autumn.
Your body shape looking like a soft drink. And when she dance, take the liquor from me. My chérie always comes speak for me. I treat her good like a gentleman,
closer. Stroke up on the room, leave her on my sofa. And girl, you send me truth, tell me anti-social. But when you put me in the mood, you gon' feel so soldier. So me have to do, yeah. To show you all the love, girl, that me have for you. Yeah. This girl from the island that I pursue. Yeah. My big bad, but not the truth. When she arch in the back, me gotta be youth. She no problem, girl, got no problems. She my style, no petite fire. When she move, girl, release the pride. She make me fall like the season autumn.
Your body shape looking like a soft drink. And when she does, take the liquor from me. My chérie always comes before me. I treat her good like a gentleman. She tell me she hasn't heard from me. Baby, tonight I'm all for you. Forgive me for all my truancy. Give you some before you go to sleep. When we hit the loud, we gon' get the first base. Next thing, we gon' get the third base. Girl, I want you, I need you. I miss you with the language.
She no problem, girl, got no problems. She my style, no petite fire. When she move, girl, release the pride. She make me fall like the season autumn.
Your body shape looking like a soft drink. And when she does, take the liquor from me. My chérie always comes before me. I treat her good like a gentleman.
Got my eyes on you, baby, it's an vision. And I know you know that now I dey move, I'm slower. You go on passing if you keep doing it just like that. Kelly, your confidence. This your nigga, getting thicker. I dey feel I'm say you no when you date on I'm be like Uko, you Tina Tana. Say you no you break I'm like you go, scatter my ego. I don't define you go. Say you no when you date on I'm be like Uko, you Tina Tana. Say you no if you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one. We go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one. If you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one. We go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one. I see your skiller, where you busting it is criminal. Got me thinking hypothetical. I wanna get personal, just wanna be close to ya. Now me I feel under ya, no, yeah. Now me get ya formula. I'm confident. This your nigga, getting thicker. I dey feel I'm say you no when you date on I'm be like Uko, you Tina Tana. Say you no you break I'm like you go, scatter my ego. I don't define you go. Say you no when you date on I'm be like Uko, you Tina Tana. Say you no if you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one. We go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one. If you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one. We go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one.
Every day. I'm making money and chilling in my way. I know people calling, I love them, I fake. They got me highway when the money do. All the man them sing hallelujah. Cause we came from and set the ruler. All the boys want stamp in my moolah. And they were
but I think I can. Is it working now? You can hear me over there? Okay, I guess I'll just use my big room voice. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Test 1, 2. Is it okay? Should I stay there? Okay, I'll stay there. I'm a bit too tall for the microphone, so I'll find a way to make it work. How's it going for everyone? Good? Excellent. So welcome to this session organized by the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. We are very, very happy to be in this beautiful pavilion. We've had a tremendously positive collaboration with Children and Youth Major Group and with Yongo for many years now. So as I am very short on time, I have to be respectful of the time that was given to me. So if I could rely on somebody from the audience, it is currently 1:16. I have up until 1:22. So at 1:21, just indicate to me that there's 1 minute left so that I'm very respectful of the time of this amazing pavilion, etc. So we'll be talking about education for sustainable development and the kind of tools that we've developed at the foundation. I would like to also acknowledge the presence among us of some of the young reporters of the environment that we've supported in terms of participation here. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to ask each of you to tell me why you believe this pen that was just provided to me 10 minutes ago in the beautiful China Pavilion is an important tool. If you were to sell it to me, how would you do it? Not to put you on the spot, 10 seconds each. Thank you. So what we do, the questions, I'm assuming that you are not able to hear, we are hearing from the audience some elements about why this pen is a good pen. And one of them focused on the fact that it's not made of plastic, therefore good for the environment. One of them asked me if I had a pen. If not, I didn't have one. She had mine, so she gave it to me. And we heard also about other reasons why it was important. And this kind of communication is very much what we try to do at the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection through education for sustainable development, developing tools. Okay, this doesn't seem to be working. Okay, it's not. Can you switch the slides for me then? Because I'm clicking, it's not working. Okay, thank you very much. And there's another microphone right there. See? One needs to be adaptable and to be well. So, the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection is chaired by Her Highness Princess Hasna, which is about empowering youth, working with you together in co-construction, taking the time that is needed in terms of making progress for the environment and sustainable development in Morocco, in Africa, and globally in particular. My name is Ayman Sharqawi. I'm the director of the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training, which is the academic arm of the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. We have a series of activities and tools that we've developed. You have some of them here. We are developing games, digital games, board games in terms of different age groups. So we have board games for preschool children. We have board games for school children that go to primary school. We have activities, also games, video games in terms of primary school and high school children, of course, that are adapted to making sure that they have educational added value. We have educational and pedagogical circuits that are concrete, that you can walk in many parts of Morocco and discover for yourself the beauty of nature is important and why we should conserve and protect it. We have online platform, digital platform to connect our communities, whether it is at the national level or global level. In Morocco, up to date, there are more than 3 million school children that have benefited from our programs. Across Africa, to, for example, the African Youth Climate Hub, we are connected with 10,000 concrete African project holders when it comes to mitigation or adaptation. We've supported them in the past. We are still supporting them. We're doing the second round of incubation currently. We have mobile app when it comes to the protection of the ocean, when it comes to making sure that we don't pollute using plastic, for example, that we register ourselves in a logic of circular economy. Oh, hey, brother. We board game that I mentioned, and we also have booklets and posters that we print in a manner that is respectful of the environment and spread all over the country and also across the region. So those examples that you can see, for example, we have a digital platform that teaches and educates about marine biodiversity. That is one of the most recent one. We have online connectivity. We also are making sure that those projects and content is aligned with what you've seen at the international level. For example, with UNESCO, with UNFCCC, with UNDP, with FAO, with the Foundation for Environmental Education. 3D platform as well to connect through virtual reality as well with some of the beautiful biodiversity that we have in the continent. Educational path, there's something that I've mentioned previously. This is, for example, something that is in one of the parks that was restored. Sorry, 1 minute left? Okay, good. Online platform, that's fine. Educational booklet about ocean without plastic. That is something that is very, very important to us. The board game is called School's Pathway. I'm not going to go, there's only 30 seconds left. And that's it. So I would like to leave the last 30 seconds I have to one of you. Do I have a volunteer from you in terms of why do you think education for sustainable development matters? As all of this is for, oh, but you're good to volunteer, but not always you. Or always you? Okay, let's hear from you and then you. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm also from believing climate education, like education that makes more changes because people have to know what it is first. So then only they can work for it. So that's why education is a key to for everything.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Go ahead.
So you talked about why is it good to... it's because I think that we can, to change the environment and change in the world, we should start by changing mindsets. And that's why we should start by educating kids and youth in general about these environmental problems.
However, we had 2 male speakers. That's not going to be possible. I need a third and a female one. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm from the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. And I think that the education plays a very important role in raising awareness about the problems that our climate faces every single day and that we need to have a solution ready right now. We don't have time. We need to make this happen and work so that we can have a future for us and for the incoming generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I wasn't too bad on time. Thank you for understanding and for being here. Thank you.
Awesome. Can you all hear me? Great. Hi, everyone. I'm going to be taking the next session. Before I kick off, a quick introduction and a quick question for you all. I'm Rasil. I'm from Delhi in India, and I'm from the world's biggest climate education platform, Climate Science. Before we kick it off, you can be honest, how many of you had the phrase climate change in your curricula? At some point, raise your hand. If at some point you saw the word climate change addressed in your curriculum in school, middle school, did you? Did you see climate change in the curricula? Wow. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. All right. Yep. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna take you at the very end. I know you've been answering a lot. Lovely. So, what I'm here to share with you a little bit more today is the work that we do at Climate Science, particularly on climate change. Almost none of you raised your hand when we asked the question if there's climate change in your curriculum. In a few other rooms that I've asked, they have said yes, but then when we asked the next question, which is how many of you actually understand climate change when you learn in your curriculum, even fewer said yes. In fact, there were always no hands up. So the aim of what we intend and what we do at Climate Science is to make climate change easy to understand, and particularly to make the science of climate change easy to understand. I've grown up in Delhi in India, and we're famous for a lot of infamous reasons, air pollution, gender inequalities. I initially got involved in the space because of gender inequalities, because there's a lot of them in India, and when you're young and you see a problem, you feel curious and you want to solve it. But the older that I got and the more exposed that I got to policy spaces, the further away a lot of these solutions really feel. So the work that we do is really to ensure that young people have access to science-oriented, easy to understand and accessible climate information and education. We do that through a bunch of different ways, and because, of course, I don't have as much time as I'd like today, I'm going to point you towards a couple directions, and then if you're interested, you can catch me somewhere around later. We have courses which basically explain big climate problems in a broken down way, and I lead our Climate Science Olympiad, which is our problem-solving competition for young people to come up with solutions to climate change. This year we had 50,000 young people participate, and the top 3 even presented at COP a few days ago. To kind of wrap up a little bit, I want to stress on a couple important points. This is especially because it's Education Day, so we don't have too much time, but if I can provide you with a couple of lenses through which you can look at a lot of the education arguments and points that you're going to see, is that, imagine if you have a recipe for cake, and you hate that recipe, and every time you make it, you never like the way that the cake tastes. So now next time you're going to make cake, say for example, you want to add chocolate to it. You're not going to use that recipe because even if you add something yummy like chocolate to it, the cake is still going to taste bad. And I'm saying that because a lot of people say let's align climate within our curriculum. And we definitely should align climate within the curriculum, but one important lens through which I think we should all look at this conversation around climate education is, are we satisfied with the education that currently exists and the status quo, and what do we want to really align climate change with? So I think a few of the most important points in terms of how to integrate climate change in the curriculum and how to ensure that everyone has access to good climate information is to ensure that what we're doing is we're bolstering critical thinking and we're asking each other why these big problems exist. And the way that we do that and when we do that, we create the capacity to change. Because then you have classrooms, and not just classrooms, but friend groups and rooms like this, wherein you have young people that are not just asking what, but also why and how. So, if you want to get involved with climate education, you don't have to look very far. There's lots of fantastic resources, and I definitely, recommend you to get in touch with me or the folks at Climate Science if what you're looking for is particularly learning about the science of climate change and getting involved with aligned programs. And on that note, I think an important note and something that's really stuck out to me when I heard it for the first time is that, education is empowerment and knowledge is empowerment, but sometimes also knowledge is a burden. I think all of us sitting in this room, if you care about climate change, you can't unsee it or you can't uncare. And that's kind of when it becomes, you can't unsee or you can't get uninvolved with a space like this when you know the scope and the importance of a problem like climate change. So while you learn, know that, it's important and know that you're getting empowered as you learn, but also know that you have a responsibility. And there's a lot of ways and good ways that you can get involved. So yeah, with that, I'm going to throw it back at 29 to the folks back at Children and Youth, because I know we have another event now. But thank you so much. And here's to good climate education.
amazing speakers, and climate education, very powerful tool which we as young people have a big role to play in. So let us get inspired, take those messages and go to our communities and be the leaders to educate our people in the local level about climate and to shape change in our communities. Next, we have always surprises, and as you know, our pavilion is full of surprises. So we will be having with us a very special guest as today's Youth Day. So we have with us the Special Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations on climate, His Excellency, who will be joining us very soon. So we will be having a dialogue with him. He will entertain us, and then you can ask questions, interact with him on the UN work on climate, and then what's going on in different levels in your country if you have specific questions. So yeah, we're taking a 5 minutes break as we wait for His Excellency to arrive, and then we can start our high-level segment. So yeah, thank you everyone for waiting, and enjoy the break. Feel free to, interact with your colleagues, talk to someone you didn't talk to yet, see what they are doing in their community, and share with them your stories. And yeah, let's the sharing begin, I would say. children, youth all over the world. Surprise, surprise, again. It's time for our high-level segment. Today we have with us Assistant Director General, Secretary General of the United Nations on Climate Change, Mr. Serwin Howe. Thank you very much for joining us into the Children and Youth Pavilion. You were with us again this year again. You are supporting us. We would love to welcome you to the stage, share with us some few words of wisdom, and open the space for us to interact as family and engage with each other. So thank you for joining us, and yeah.
Thank you so much, and happy Youth Day. I hope that all of you have are making friends here at the COP, friends and collaborators. It is absolutely essential that your voice is heard on climate, both in the formal process, formal negotiating process, but equally, and I dare say more importantly, in your own countries. The decisions that are being made here at this COP will have major implications on your future. The decisions that are taken here at this COP on issues like fossil fuel phase out, alignment of national climate plans with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement, they will have a major impact on your ability to live long and productive lives. So your voices need to be heard. Leaders at this COP need to understand that their decisions have a consequential impact on you. How the transitions take place, how the energy transitions take place. If these transitions are not fair, if these transitions are not just, persons like yourselves will be negatively impacted by the transitions to net zero. So you have every right and to be loud. You have every right to advocate for what you know governments need to do in order to keep the goals of the Paris Agreement alive and leave for you a livable and sustainable planet. Now, when I look at all of your faces, you're from virtually every single part of the world. One of the big challenges that we face today is that countries are not working together. We have all of these geopolitical tensions. We live in a very divided and we live in a very unjust world. You need to show your leaders that despite where you're from, what you look like, what your race is, what your religion is, that you are still prepared to work with young people and young persons and children who might not worship the same God as you, or who might look different and who might eat different foods, but you are prepared to work with young people across different continents, across different religions, across different races. We cannot solve the climate crisis if countries and people don't work together really on the solutions to the climate crisis. So this very act of you sitting together here, folks from Europe, from Africa, from Latin America, from the Caribbean, from the Asia Pacific region, you're all in this space together with one common cause. And I encourage you to show your leaders how cooperation, how collaboration can be advanced to solve the climate crisis. COPs are held once a year. Once a year, 2 weeks. 2 out of 52 weeks in a year. Right? So what happens in those other 50 weeks matter. Right? So while it's great to come to a COP and to interact with folks from all over the world. The real work is in your countries and in your regions. So at this COP, countries will be given homework, 2-year homework. I wish I had 2 year homework that lasted for 2 years when I was younger. But countries will be given a 2-year homework assignment. Come back to COP30 in Brazil with a nationally determined contribution or their national climate plan that is aligned with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. So I encourage you to be vocal, demand a seat at the table when these nationally determined contributions are being developed in your country. Don't be an idle bystander, but be an active participant in the design of these nationally determined contributions that countries will be required to submit in 2 years. Ensure that these nationally determined contributions are aligned with a safe and healthy planet for you, so align with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. That these nationally determined contributions to be prepared over the course of the next 2 years, that they fully incorporate your interests, that the transitions countries will have to undertake are just and fair and provide you with a chance to be a productive citizen in your country. So demand a seat at the table. The United Nations will be there to support you. We will be there to help you. We will advocate that you be given a seat at the table. But do not allow these nationally determined contributions or national climate plans to be only prepared by government leaders or the business community. You need a seat at the table when these plans are being developed. So I really want to hear from you. I've spoken way too long. I want to hear what you're working on and how we can be more helpful to what you're working on and the various causes that you are pursuing in your own country, but also regionally and internationally. So I want to hear from you. Tell me what's going on and how we can work better together to support you.
Thank you, ASG, for your wisdom and indeed working together, collaborating and amplifying our voices. Very, very important. We would love to also open the floor for our young people and children to share some reflections. Also, if you have any direct requests or questions from your side, would love to give you the floor. So, Serena, you wanna get the mic around?
Thank you, Saad. Okay. Maybe let's start.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Ahmed Oda. I am actually from Palestine. So you said that the UN, they're gonna be supporting the youth. Actually, the youth, they are demanding to participate in these international meetings. They need to have an access for it. They need to be here. Yes, we're having an amazing youth, but they are only the 0.5% of the whole youth. We had the privilege to be here, but there is a lot of the youth voices. They didn't get the chance to be with us here. So how the UN can support us through funding, through the, making the access available for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I take a couple? Yeah.
Thank you so much, ASG. I know we met earlier this week, and we're meeting again. That is to show how you're committed to engaging with young people. And I know that during our meeting, you mentioned that you're going to look into how the UN can mandate government of African countries to have youth advisory panels on climate change. So I understand that now we are in a room where we have more than Africans. Is this something that you think we can also extend to other regions to ensure that their government at the presidential level have youth representations and have youth advisory panel on climate change? Thank you.
Yeah. So on the first question in terms of access fully agree with you. We need more youth voices, not only in spaces like this, but in the negotiating room as well, right? So, countries, we need to encourage, we can't force them, we're the UN, we wish we could force people to do the right thing and countries to do the right thing always, but we can't, right? Countries should have at least one youth delegate on their delegation, someone who's able to go into the negotiations, someone who is able to observe what is happening in spaces that you might not be able to go into. But I also want to stress, when countries come here for a COP, and I say this as a former negotiator, when countries come here for a COP, their positions have already been decided on. It is what happens in capitals that matter, right? When the various positions are being developed, when ministries of finance and foreign affairs and environment, climate, energy, agriculture, they get around the table and they decide what is the national position of country X, what is our position on various issues. This is also done at the regional level. So I'm from the Caribbean, so CARICOM would also make decisions on the position of the region, and then AOSIS, etc. In addition to being here at the COP, young people need to be at the tables, all of these tables, from the country level, the regional level, the interest group level. We need young people to be exposed to how decisions are formulated, how positions are formulated. That is where, in addition to being here, that is where I think young people, the voice of young people is needed most, when these policy positions and decisions are being formulated. So my advice, and this links very well to your question. So 3 years ago, the Secretary General formed a youth advisory group, 7 young people from all over the world who go through this rigorous process, and a selection is made. And the youth and his youth advisory group, they meet with him, they meet with us, they meet with a variety of leaders across the UN system. And it does precisely, their voices have helped to inform many of the policy positions that we have taken, like on the just energy transition. On loss and damage, the Youth Advisory Group, they were the first ones to really push the Secretary General really to support this, the position of the developing countries on the loss and damage fund. So having young people at that foundational basis is absolutely critical. And my point when I met with young people from Africa was that every single, and it should not only be African leaders, but every single leader of a country should have a group of young people, in in our case is the Youth Advisory Group, but some advisory group of young people on climate, really to provide him with a perspective of young people from his or her country. So it is a proposal that I hope that you can champion, where every single leader should have some form of an advisory group, a diverse group of youth leaders to advise him or her on climate, especially given the 2-year homework, right?
Thank you, Your Excellency. I really, really like this this idea of that, or pushing the idea that the COPs, they are once a year. It's an event that happens once a year. As we all know, it's very, very hard to access, but it's everything that happens throughout the year that leads up to the COP, and that's where it's a lot more accessible for young people to get more involved at local level or national level, and that's a way in. We are very, very short on time, and maybe having to wrap up now, so maybe just one more final one.
And then two?
Yeah,
Okay.
take two.
Let's come over here to the young lady and then someone from the back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Faith Sebwa, and I am in grade 6. I am a student from Kenya. I'm 12 years old. And I want to know, in your actions, how do you also work, or how can you support children with disabilities? Because we are always forgotten. Disability and climate change is a double barrier for us, but we are always forgotten in these actions. But we believe we can be a huge resource, and our voice should also be considered in the discussions about climate change.
That's a great word to end on. Final remarks, Your Excellency.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to take more questions. So it's a fantastic question. The reality is young people are very vulnerable, no matter where you are. Young people are extremely vulnerable to the climate crisis. Persons with disability are vulnerable multiple times. And the intersection, I don't know what the numbers are, and I like to, as my colleagues know, to look at the numbers, but it's definitely this intersection of a young person and a person with disability. The level of vulnerability will definitely be off the charts. What are we doing? The Secretary General, he has called for early warning systems for all by 2027. And we know that the victims of climate-related disasters are predominantly children, right? So, and we know that there's certain parts of the world that lack access to an affordable and a basic early warning system. 6 out of every 10 persons in Africa don't have access to an early warning system. And that's the most basic tool to save lives and protect livelihoods. Now, one of the things that I promise you is that I will look into that currently work and needs of children with disability. But more broadly, we need to find ways, and I can speak, and I will speak to my colleagues at UNICEF and some of the UN entities, other UN system entities, to see if we can have a separate work stream and really provide a platform for persons with disability to bring their concerns and bring their issues of interest to COPs of this nature. So I know that I didn't fully answer your question, but it has provided me with some homework of my own, not 2 years, much homework of a much shorter duration, because everything that you say is right. Young persons with disability are definitely extremely vulnerable, more vulnerable to the climate crisis, and we need to find ways of ensuring that their needs are addressed in the global response to the climate crisis.
This side as well.
Sadly.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's better. This is wide as I can go, just so you know. It's like the edges of the borders.
Okay. From here off, you are cut off. You are cut off. You need to squeeze in if you want to be in the picture.
2, 1. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Cool. We got as many people in it. We got as many people in it. It's full anyway.
There you go. There you go.
That's a good one. Perfect.
That's a good one.
Perfect.
And you'll share with everyone else?
Also with Estelle, so you can have the around. Yes. Sounds good. Where are you from, by the way?
Jamaican Canadian.
Oh, nice. You're also a brother then. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. You're like, Thank you, ESG. And next, we will be having a very entertaining program for all people following us. Soon, in 20 minutes, we will have a representative from the EU Parliament also having a dialogue with us. And also at 2:30 today, we have the children networking session. For the first time ever at COP, we are having a session where children all over the world can network, share, interact with each other. So this space will be fully occupied by children at 2:30. So yeah, it'll be a fun, inspiring space. And yeah, so let us enjoy our break.
Problem, you get to finish for this side. Got it for live life, make you no get in twice. See your body worry. I've been on the road for long. Reason why I sang a song, now it's like a sing along. Just to make my money long. I'ma do it just to ball. My head is fuck 'em all. 0 to 100 all. I came with my team and all, and never even put me on. Told them we should give them one. Then I put it on a song.
Welcome to the session. It's called Networking with Children, and this session is about interacting with children. And I would like to welcome the moderators of this session, Fumane, who would prefer to be called Bino, and Rebecca. Please give them a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. How are you all feeling? You feeling good? Okay. I am Fumane Matladi, and I'll be your moderator for today. And I come from the World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts. And with me here is my partner. I'll let her introduce herself.
Hi everyone, good to see you all. I'm Rebecca, I'm with Save the Children, and I'll be helping facilitate this event. It's great to have you all here.
Okay, like Selena said, this session is about networking with children. So what we'll basically be doing is just networking, getting to know each other, and most importantly, having fun. But learning as well, so I call that edutainment. You see, you're learning fun while learning as well. So before we get into our session, I would like us to, feel free, warm up so that we can get into the mood. I'm not feeling your energy. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello. Okay, so before I proceed, here's something I want to teach you. Before we agree on something, this will be our yes, okay? It goes like, oh, yes, okay? Oh, yes. So if we're going to agree on something, you'll be like, oh, yes. So are you guys ready for today's session? Oh, yes. Are you guys ready for today's session? Okay, so let's get into it. I said we are first doing an energizer. So it's called, it's a coconut, okay? You guys know a coconut, right? Yeah. Okay, so we'll be using our bodies to build the word coconut. We'll be spelling coconut with our body. You get that, right? Oh, yes. Okay, so let me demonstrate it to you first. Coconut, we built a C like this. That's a C. An O, C, O, and U, and a T. Can I go again? It's a C, O, C, O, U, and a T. I'm sorry, I got that messed up. So let's go. It's a sing-along song, okay? So everybody needs to stand up. So it goes like, I am a coconut. It's a sing-along song. So you sing after me, okay? I am a coconut. I am a coconut. I am a coconut. Let's give it one more chance with a lot of energy this time around, okay? I am a coconut. I am a coconut. I am a coconut. So did you guys have fun? Yes. Did you guys have fun? Yes. Did you guys have fun? Yes. Okay, so I'll pass on the speaker to my colleague to brief you of the agenda for today.
Great, is everyone feeling energized and ready for today?
Yes.
Perfect, so just to let you know, what we'll do first is we'll mix around so you can get to know other children. So you should look for a child that maybe you don't know their name yet, and introduce yourselves with your name, your age, where you're from, and share like one interesting fact about you. It can be anything fun.
And then after that, we'll kind of like open the floor, so give you guys a chance to speak, to share whatever it is you want to, especially at COP and any messaging that you have. So we'll share the mic for those who want to have an opportunity to speak. And then we will finish off with some art. So we've got some materials for you guys, and we'll just have some fun and drawing stuff, and we'll make it like an interesting challenge in the art that we create, and in terms of like guessing like what people's messaging are from the different pictures that we draw. So we've got a fun session for you all. So I hope you enjoy, and I'll pass back over to our moderator.
Thank you, Rebecca. Are you guys feeling today's session? Are you guys feeling today's session? Okay, so the next session is called speed dating, okay? So I need you to be in groups of 2, okay? But don't go to the person you know already. Go to a person you've never talked to today. Interact with them. Share all the things you like about anything you can do. Just interact, have fun. I need you guys to make friends. By the time you live here, you should have at least 3 friends. Am I clear? And don't think of doing anything else than that, because I'll be working around to monitor it, because I want to get to know you as well. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Hello, guys. We can also change as well. You're not supposed to be with one person the whole time. You can interact with other people. When you are done, of course. Hello. I'm here with the water. Yeah, guys. Everything about it, but I just hope that our voices are taken into consideration, because I am learning that most of us have so many brilliant ideas to come up with. The main thing is just to be heard. still moving around, right? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, remember you are allowed to move around and meet other people as well. Hi. How many minutes are we given this session? Okay, and that's 42, and then 15 to 20 minutes for the. After here, I'm going to ask those questions. Yes. Then I'm going to give whoever wants to answer a mic to come up and say their mind. Okay. Okay. How many minutes left?
2.
Okay.
Sorry, 3. 3 minutes.
So, guys, we are left with 3 minutes. Make sure you interact with as many people as you can. 3 minutes left. Hello. What's your name? Okay, how are you? How are you? Okay, I am and I come from the World Association of Girl Guides and Girls. Have you heard of them? Okay. I'm just very pleased to meet you. Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. Yes, time is up. Time is up. I think we can be seated now. Yes. Hello. Please, let's be seated. Hello. Okay, we just like them to sit down. How are you? So, how did you guys find this session? Please sit down. Please be seated. How did you guys find this session? Nice and annoying. Ha. Okay. Did you guys network? Did you make new friends? Did you make friends? And who's your friend? Let me see her. Uh-huh. Who are they? You're supposed to know your friends' names. Who are? Why didn't you ask them? I asked them. No problem. But I hope you guys had a great time. But we've just gotten started. We are passing on to the next part of our session, okay? So, in this session, I'm going to ask a question. And I would like any volunteer to come up in front and answer that question. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Thank you. So, I would like you to tell me, what are your dreams for the future? How you see the world? And everything about you. It can be anything, your friends, just anything about the world, okay?
And everyone will get a chance to come up and speak, so we'll take it in turns, yeah?
Uh-huh. Yes.
How I would like to see the future is all cars are electric and fossil fuels have been completely phased out so the earth doesn't get any more pollution. and so there's less global warming because fossil fuels, not global warming, but fossil fuels cause a lot of pollution, which can, and we can harm people's lungs. And I would like to see a world without fossil fuels so people can live healthier lives.
That's amazing. Okay, let me teach you guys one more thing. So, we won't be clapping our hands. This is what we'll be doing. Shine. So, give her a shine. Yes. Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to answer? Yes, please. Okay,
Yeah, so when I grow up, I want to be a leader of a country so I can guard my country and help the underprivileged, and climate change and the gender inequality is stopped, and the youth are involved in every sector of COP28, and I'm really glad.
You guys are so brilliant. You know that, right? You know that, right? Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Would you still like to answer? Emmanuel? Okay.
So, when I grow up, you know how it is like today with all the climate disasters that are happening. When I grow up, I want to make sure this doesn't happen. Because, I'm just 8 years old. I'm not even above 10. So when I get above 10, I don't want the world to still be how it is. So when I'm above 10, it's a better place.
Oh, Shine! That was so brilliant. Okay, I'm going to take the last person. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. How I see my future, I want to see the world changing, because right now we can see the pollution that is happening, how people have been left behind in these discussions, but I want to ensure that in each country, even children will be included in these discussions and see how we can make the climate adaptations better.
That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Okay, before we pass on to the next part of this session, I'd like us to have that warm-up again. Okay? You still remember it, right? Yeah. Coconut. Yeah. You guys are leading it this time around. Let's go. Stand up. I am a coconut. I am a coconut. I am a coconut. Coconut. I am a coconut. I am a coconut. I see. I see. I see. I see. Yes, that's a coconut. So let's have a seat, and I would like to thank you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so next we're going to do the next part of the session, which is art. So basically what we'd like you to do is, without writing or putting words to the paper, we want you to kind of use art and pictures and drawing to express your climate messaging at COP. And then we thought it would be a fun way to share your drawings with other children and see if they can kind of guess what messaging you're trying to get across with your pictures. And then at the end, we'll try and see if we can find space to stick all your photos up, all your pictures that you've drawn up in the pavilion. So shall we divide you into groups of 2, and we'll just make a huddle on each side, and we'll distribute the art materials. So maybe if I split it like this, does that work? You can go to any side you want. Just 2 groups, yeah? So if we just do a huddle there and a huddle here,
And my colleagues will help distribute the art materials, and we'll just have some fun drawing and making art of climate messaging. So maybe if we, so shall we have like this? Group 1 and group 2? Does that work? Yeah. So this is 1 and this is 1. Whoop. I've got like coloring pencils here and stuff, so I'm just gonna leave them between here and the next side. So if you want some more colors and anything else, you can just grab them from the packet. Some coloring pencils, like coloring pencils. So, just to repeat what we're doing, we're going to try and interpret our climate messaging into artwork. So kind of use drawing to express your climate messaging and get as creative as you like. And then you can share your picture with any other child next to you or anyone you like and see if they can interpret what climate messaging you're trying to express with your art.
Hello, everyone. Let's not make noise, okay? Was the messaging clear? You need to draw. Okay. You need to draw climate messagings, okay? Put your climate messagings into picture.
Very sneaky as well. Yeah, okay, good. Oh, sorry. So, the thing is, we don't have the. So they can have like. If it's 2 4 plus 3, it's like 20.
So you have 20 minutes for this session. No, I haven't. 2 minutes to wrap up. Okay, ma'am. So we're left with 2 minutes. Oh, yes. Just 2 minutes. Do you need more colors? Mm-hmm. So, your 2 minutes is up. How did you guys find the session? Was it enjoyable? Was it enjoyable? I can't hear you guys. Was the session enjoyable? Okay, that's right. Okay, before we move on again, I would like South to come up front and teach you guys the climate song. You guys are going to love it, okay?
Hello, everyone. Are you ready? If you are ready, let's stand up. Let's stand up. If you are a young person here, stand up. If you are a girl, stand up. If you are a boy, stand up. Okay, so I'm going to teach you a song. Friend, can you help me? So, if we say, let's repeat together. We are climate warriors. We are climate warriors. Yeah. So, let us sing the song. 1, 2, 3. We are climate warriors. Warriors. We are climate warriors. Warriors. Okay? Is it fine? Okay. Yes. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3. We are climate warriors. Warriors. Again. We are climate warriors. Warriors. Okay? We are climate warriors. Warriors. We are climate warriors. Warriors. Louder. Let's repeat it and louder one. Let's repeat it. 1, 2, 3. We are climate warriors. Warriors. Yes. We are climate warriors. Warriors. Again. We are climate warriors. Warriors. We are climate warriors. Warriors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, South. Okay, are we done with our drawings, or you need just 1 more minute to finish up? 1 more minute? Okay, I'm just a minute. It's just a minute, okay? Time's almost up. Okay, that's it. 1 minute is up, okay? Hello? 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 Okay, I need you guys to pay attention now. Okay, I need you guys to pay attention now. So, I'm going to pick people at random, okay? To come up here in front and show us the picture, that drawing, and then they get to choose a person of their choice to come up front as well to interpret that picture. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, let me repeat it one more time. I said I'm going to pick people at random to come up here in front to show the picture, and then they get to choose a person of their choice to come and interpret that picture. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, drum roll. I'm going to pick a person. And no. Yeah. Please come up front. French. She speaks French. Yeah, you can interpret. Donc, tu vas nous montrer. Tu vas nous montrer le dessin. Tu ne devrais pas écrire, mais ça va. Tu vas montrer le dessin à tout le monde. Et après, ils vont deviner ce que tu voulais dire avec le dessin. Malheureusement, c'est écrit, mais j'espère qu'ils ne vont pas pouvoir lire. So, she's going to show the drawing, and we'll invite anyone who wants to interpret it. Okay, so we all see the drawing, and we don't want you to read anything, just see the drawing and try to interpret what she wanted to say, or her climate message. That was clear, right? Yes. Let me see hands. Who wants to interpret her picture? By show of hands. Not you again.
I think her climate message is to like save the trees.
Ok, alors je vais me présenter. Je réponds au nom de Diallo Mariama. J'ai 14 ans, je suis élève en classe de 10e année. Je suis...
She said her name is Mariama. She's 14
years old. Je suis la présidente du Parlement des enfants de Guinée.
She is the president of the parliament of children in Guinea.
Membre du club Rabi les enfants.
She's also a member of club Rabi les enfants.
Alors, ce dessin, au niveau d'en haut, nous voyons les arbres, j'ai écrit le reboisement. Donc, c'est de préserver nos forêts et faire le reboisement.
So, on her drawing, as you can see, there are trees. So she was talking about
reforestation, that we have to keep the trees for our life.
Alors, ici, nous avons un seau et un parapluie. Pourquoi j'ai fait ça? En faisant le reboisement, nous aurons des pluies, donc on va lutter contre la sécheresse.
So this is a small bucket, which means that if we plant more trees, we are going to have more water, and we are going to fight against drought.
Alors, ici, nous avons une table et des enfants au niveau de cette table. Pourquoi j'ai fait ça? C'est que nous, les enfants, nous voudrions être impliqués aux prises de décision qui nous concernent. Donc, toutes les actions qu'ils vont prendre pour nous, on doit être là-bas, donc participer à ça.
And also, you can see a small table with children. She wanted to say that every children needs to be to take part in negotiations and decision making, every decision making part of the world.
Merci.
Thank you.
That was amazing. And now I'm looking forward to hearing more stories about climate. Okay, I'm choosing yet another person at random, and I pick you. Yes, you. Come up front. You should be happy. You've been selected. So this is his picture. Is there anyone who can interpret it? Oh, sorry, this is her picture. And is there anybody who would like to interpret it? Yes, please. You come up front.
So I'm going to guess that these are industries which are producing smoke, and these are industries that are polluting the environment and producing smoke. And then this one is a tree that's half dying, and because of the pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. Was he right?
Okay, my name is Naomi. These are industries, and because of the gas it's polluting, then the trees are dying.
That was amazing. Exactly. So I'm choosing one last person at random as well. And I pick you. Can you guys see it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've drawn like this. Here are trees. Here are trees are falling down, and it is now. And after 10 years, trees are growing, and there are grasses and flowers.
So what's your message on that?
My message is that in my side, I want to see, because now I see people, they're cutting down trees, they're polluting the environment. I want to see after 10 years, the environment to be clean and to have more trees and fresh air.
You guys are so brilliant. Your stories are so amazing, and we hope to make an impact, right? Okay, so, oh yes, that's it. Okay, so I've been told that many of you want to come up here and say a few words. So I'll just give 7 minutes for all of you, or any of you who want to come up and say anything. Yeah, so a minute per person, okay? Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I love the energy here. I'm Kiara Kaur,
an inspirational author, world's youngest non-stop book reader at the age of 4, world's youngest TEDx speaker in the world at the age of 5, and also youngest keynote speaker at World Expo 2020 Dubai at the age of 6. I'm 7 now and feel free to express my thoughts and opinions on many issues affecting our earth and society, like gender inequality and climate change. I know that I have right to breathe clean air and drink clear water, even when I grow up and leave the earth for future generations, like how I received it. Youth are critical thinkers, innovators, change makers, and communicators. Approximately 26.3% of the global population is aged under 15 years. And when we talk about sustainability and climate crisis, this youth play a key role in tackling climate change, as they constitute a major part of the population and have the power of knowledge, truth, and increasingly strong environmental awareness. But how? Because of the innovative potential of youth, combined with the power of technology and scale-up operations through the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, that forms a tremendous force on the road towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals on time and unlock their potential to address the challenges in their communities, countries, and the world as a whole. As the leaders of tomorrow, it is pivotal that youth are informed and engaged with the global vision for the future. Over the next few years, youth will not only directly experience the outcomes of SDGs and plans, but will also be the key driver for their successful implementation. And yeah, thank you and much strength to everyone.
You did so amazing. Let's give it a shine. Shine. That was a very powerful message. Thank you so much. One last person. Who? Yeah. Thank you.
So, hello to all. It's my first day in the Blue Zone here. I'm kind of new, okay? But the fact is that I'm not here to represent climate change. I'm here to represent a twin problem to climate change: biodiversity loss. Most of you here might think I'm around 20 or so years old, but actually I'm 19. But the fact is that I witnessed the natural world die out over the years. I have spent nearly 9 years now researching on biodiversity in the Middle East and nearly throughout the world. And I've seen the decline myself, which is extraordinary when we look at it. Since 1970s, we have lost 70% of the wild populations on Earth. And the fact is that if us, as the children, we want to save the planet, we must save biodiversity. Because what is the main cause of climate change? Some might say fossil fuels, some might say using a lot of vehicles and overusing the natural world. But I believe that apart from all these problems, the key issue is, while at the same time we are releasing a lot of fossil fuels and gases, we are losing the main allies to fight against climate change: biodiversity. When we look at it during the Holocene, for example, we had enough biodiversity to capture our carbon and keep us alive, and keep our world stable. But as we began losing biodiversity throughout the world, that's when things changed. That's when we saw climate changing. I mean, most of us here must represent climate change and biodiversity loss, because without addressing both of these issues, we cannot save the planet, right? And us as the youth have witnessed this. We have witnessed stories from our grandparents, stories of elders, how biodiversity has changed over time within our own countries. But there are also successful stories. But before I end, I'll tell you about one of them. So I'm a youth from the UAE itself, and it's been over the past, again, 9 years that I've witnessed this. The thing is, back in 1946, we lost the UAE's national animal, the Arabian oryx. We lost it throughout the Middle East, we lost it throughout the world. But we did save it. It was in 2006 where we actually released huge amounts of Arabian oryx throughout the Middle East. And the UAE has the largest population of them now. So my message here is, rewild the planet. Regenerate, evolve, welcome wildlife, learn, and discontinue. That's it, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very powerful as well. One more person who wants to come up. Of course, Emmanuel.
So, you might be wondering what this is. I'm going to ask only one person to guess. Okay? I'll choose. No. Okay. Everyone, did you hear me the last time? Did you hear me the last time? No. Okay. So, all of you might be wondering what this is. And I'm going to pick one by one. Okay, just one. Not one by one. One by one will take so much time. Okay, so just one person to guess what of this. And I'll choose.
Okay, so he asks one person to guess what his drawing means.
I'll choose.
Pick at random. Anyone. Your choice.
Okay,
Selena.
That's a meteor wiping out the whole Earth.
That's her?
Okay. That's a meteor.
Okay, she got it correct. Wow.
What did she say?
She said that's a meteor wiping out the tree.
Yeah.
She said that's a meteorite wiping the tree causing pollution.
Okay. So that's your message?
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay.
I thought she was going to get it wrong, but
she got it right.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, and that brings us to the end of our session. And I would like to thank everybody who came here. This was such an amazing session. Thank you so much. But before we leave, I would like us to take a quick picture. Yes, please. Come in front here.
Anymore though. Yeah.
Okay, so I need all of you to sit in one space, squeeze right here in the middle.
Children, let's do this.
Making something like a circle. You see? Yes. Please come right in the middle and squeeze here.
Can we start collecting our pencils?
Group picture time. Group picture time.
They can also show their drawing.
Yeah. With your drawings in the air. Show your drawings. Please let us squeeze right here. Please come here. Shift a little bit. Hello. Please come here. We are going to take a group picture. Selena. Hello, baby. Come, we will take a picture.
everyone. Thank you, everyone. And really, really, inspiring, really mind blowing. The first ever 100% children session in the whole COP. It took us 28 COPs to make a 100% children session. So it's finally happened. It's a big moment for all of us. We're learning a lot from ourselves. So congratulations to us. Thank you to all the children for making this history. And thank you to everyone who make this happen. And yeah, it is a big moment. Today is not Youth Day. Today is Children and Youth Day. Yes, 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 yes. Of course, we are in the middle of our day and we still have a very rich program for everyone. So in the next 2 minutes, we will be moving to our next session. So let us all take a 2 minutes break and see you very soon. Bro, who's this? This is not healthy. What the hell? You're a medical doctor. This is for who? This is for who?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for attending the networking session. And now I would like to welcome Flora Pereira for an amazing session, which is Stories Spark Change. Welcome.
If no one comes. Oh.
What?
Oh, it's on.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think.
yeah. Hello.
Oh.
It's great.
Testing again? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. So today we'll start with the stories that spark change, making climate relatable and actionable through journalism. I'm Flora Pereira, and I'm the Chief Engagement and Education Officer at the Pulitzer Center. And I have two colleagues and two reporting fellows here with me that were supported by the Pulitzer Center, Muriel Alarcón from Chile and Christian Elliott from the United States. And the idea here today is to share a little bit of how do we build this story? How do we find the story that we want to tell? And between finding that story and making it relatable and making it actionable, through journalism and engagement techniques, we want to go through this path with all of you. I'll first start introducing what is the Pulitzer Center. So the Pulitzer Center is a nonprofit that supports journalism, investigative journalism, engagement, and education in different areas, but especially in climate and environment issues, especially through the past 5 to 7 years. Among the programs that we have a program that it's called Reporting Fellows. And the Reporting Fellows support young careers, journalists, youth that are starting their careers as journalists or are in university and are interested in writing reportings and climate reportings. And we have 2 reporting fellows here with us that will share their experience and how did they find the story and how was the process since the beginning to the publishing part. Okay? Can someone pass the slides, please? I also wanted to share a little bit of what is the model of the Pulitzer Center. What have we been thinking about how can we make climate stories actionable, or how can we really have impact in the stories that we are telling? We think there is a solution that combines breakthrough journalism, so getting away of the day-to-day story or that's one story after the other without the necessary in-depth that they need and without hearing the voices that need to be heard. So that's what we call breakthrough journalism based in data. And then there is a second piece. Once you publish that story, you don't necessarily have the guarantee that the outlet that it's going to be published, it's enough to have the impact that you want. So we think this is an important piece, a part of it, but we wanted to do more. We wanted to translate those stories to different narratives, to different platforms, so we could reach unreachable audiences, so we can reach new forms of audiences, and hence making journalism more impactful. We also have been thinking about this term, audience-centered. What does that mean? It means trying to have a less top-down approach from journalism to the audience. That means instead of the journalism and the engagement and education initiatives deciding what are the stories and deciding what is the best way to tell, it's also understand what are the audience, who are those audience, how do they understand what we are saying, what are the gaps of knowledge, what needs to be reported on. So we are also not repeating stories that were already told. And lately is impact-driven. This is also one of our ways that we've been thinking, what is the impact we want to have? And once you have that idea, you know the impact you want to have, you will also think, okay, what are the right outlets, the right messengers, the right voices that need to be considered to be part of this. We will start this process with the first piece, with the breakthrough journalism, and Christine and Maria will share a little bit more on how have they found their stories and what they think is the right way in approaching and decoding those narratives.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Flora. Can we get the next slide?
Could you change the slide, please? The next one. Yes.
Oh, there's a...
Oh, if there is a control. There it is.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, this is the one. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for the presentation, Flora. I am very excited to be here today. So I guess that as many of you here in this room, I am a big fan of stories. I really think they are everywhere. And it's up to us to notice them. I took this photo at the Library Walk in Manhattan. I don't know if you have been there. If not, there is no problem. So this is a really cool pathway leading to the New York Public Library, adorned with bronze plaques showcasing some quotes from the greatest writers of all time on the ground. And I really think this is a kind of metaphor because we can just run through them or we can decide to see them. It was pretty wild to recognize my name in this one. This is a very famous American poet. And we don't only share the name, but we also share the thoughts. The universe is made of stories, not of atoms. I couldn't agree more.
Science stories, we wanted to start with the 2020 coronavirus pandemic, because in that moment, suddenly science was all over the headlines. We needed science in journalism to explain complex topics like virus transmission and vaccine development. So every story became a science story that year. And in the same way, we think over this past year, the same thing has happened with climate science in journalism. So climate change has been a topic in the news for many, many years, but those stories don't always focus on the science behind climate change. But this year, with disasters like the fire in Hawaii and droughts in Chile and record low sea ice levels, we see that there was a huge need to explain the science of why disasters were intensifying and happening at unprecedented rates. So that's where science comes into journalism again.
But what we want to say today is that we don't think that climate stories are only stories of disasters. Our approach in our personal project is different. We think we can also work on proactive climate stories, detecting problems before they become disasters, and telling the stories of those who are doing changes towards a better world. It is not only about reacting, but it is also about portraying innovation. So, but before we dive into these debates, we have a question for you. So, of Chile, it has a crucial role in regulating air climate by capturing carbon from atmosphere. So in my country, unfortunately, they are under threat. Why? Because there is a moss that grows on its surface that has given much work, much prosperity for so many Chilean families. It is sold as substrate for floriculture, but the absence of a really effective tool to regulate its exploitation has led, of course, into abuse. So today, this can cause that the ecosystem lose its capacity to capture carbon and become a large carbon emitter, so contributing, of course, to climate change. And I really think this is a very universal story about how to find this middle path between human extraction and also the urgent needs to protect these ecosystems.
On the other side of this slide are some photos from my project following a very different group of scientists. They're paleoclimatologists, which means they study our ancient climate, and they do that mainly by drilling cores of ice in the polar regions. So they drill these really long ice cores in Antarctica, and then they take the ice back to their labs and analyze it, and that's really why we have a climate record that goes back thousands of years. So two very different, seems like, projects, but they actually have a lot in common too. So our projects are titled Peatlands, a Chilean treasure hidden in Patagonia, and Coldex, the search for Earth's oldest ice. And on the surface level, I think what our projects have in common is they both tell stories of scientists from the field. So we both followed scientists out in the field doing their research, and in doing so, we told the story of science as a process and everything that goes into those papers or results that sometimes you see later in the news. And we also got to show these scientists as characters in our stories. So show them as real people like the rest of us who care about ecosystems that they study and that sort of thing. But I think the clearest connection between our two stories is they're both about a pretty specific type of climate science, and that's a climate science that looks to the past to better understand the future. So they're both looking at records of the ancient times to understand, predict, and imagine a different future. So a lot of news, a lot of climate news focuses on the day-to-day, and that's all very important. And so is recent history, but we think it's also important with a problem like climate to look really far back to explain the present in context.
So how can we make an impact with climate science stories? Well, today we have some ideas for you. So first of all, using science to break bias. So personally, I decided to tell my story through the Chilean scientist Carolina León, because she was looking for a solution to face this dilemma that I mentioned before, how to find this middle path between the human extraction and the urgent need to protect this ecosystem. And she was always, of course, based, her research has always been based in data, in evidence, not in opinions. And in a certain way is also very aligned with this journalism goal of offering fact-based understanding of reality.
And then if we're talking about facts and data in our stories, I think it's also important to show readers where that data comes from. So that's one of the things I focused on in my story, focusing on the lab science and the actual process of extracting air from ancient ice cores and figuring out how much CO2 is in it and relating that to temperature and creating climate records and helping people understand that when you see a graph of global temperatures going back thousands of years and then up to today, every one of those data points is the result of hours and hours of lab work done by scientists, done by real people. So the second takeaway or way to make an impact that we thought of is making data relatable through human stories. So I'll give a different example from my work doing reporting here, and that's a story I did on coastal salt marshes on the US East Coast. So these are ecosystems that are very, very important carbon sinks, and with climate change, they are starting to disappear. So to start the story, for people who are not familiar with these places, I decided to start with a researcher that I followed for this story, Alia Al-Haj, who's a postdoctoral research fellow at the Smithsonian. And I start the story with her telling me that what she will miss most about the salt marshes is how they smell, which is a very distinct and strong smell. But I think that really showed that, she's a researcher, but she has strong feelings about these places, and, there's a profound sense of loss when they disappear that hopefully readers can get it too when they read these stories.
Right. Well, that sounds amazing. So, well, in my case, in my opinion also, how can we make audience care about climate story? I think that by demonstrating them, these are also, as Christian already said, stories of people. People that can resonate with them. And I think that what is giving today my country a very important news hook to the peatlands issue is a bill that is today being discussed in the Congress that seeks to protect peatlands by regulating it as an ecosystem, not only like the extraction of the moss or the peat, which is under it, but as a wholeness. And this has sparked a big debate, particularly between two groups, environmentalists and extractors, in Chile also known as pomponeros in Spanish. But what I want to say with this example is that this is not about like black and white or good people, bad people. It is pretty much complex, and I think that's why it was so important to know, for instance, the story of Natalie Uribe. She's a very important leader among pomponeros, and she told me that if she lose the possibility to exploit pompon, her children will lose their education. On the other side, I have the chance to meet Segundo Aquintui. He owns a peatland, and he decided to open to general public, particularly to students from schools and researchers from university, to have the chance to educate them in environmental education. So he told me, I knew I could be millionaire if I exploit the moss, but I prefer this. You know, so it is pretty much complex, and I think it is also our, as journalists, our responsibility to make audience empathize with this personal and very intimate experience.
Great. And that brings us to our last takeaway, a way to make an impact, and that's empowering unheard voices. So to give another example to illustrate that, I think a lot of the time stories about climate focus on either scientists or communities or victims of climate change. And through science stories, we can also tell stories of scientists and local communities collaborating closely and working together to address the problem. So in this story, I talk about permafrost that's thawing in northern Canada and releasing toxins into the environment as it thaws that were frozen before. And historically in this region of northern Canada, scientists have kind of gone in and used indigenous people as guides, but not included them in the work even when their work really affects the local communities. So this story was something different. It focused on a researcher and some indigenous activists and citizen scientists that worked together to study the problem, brought the data to their communities, worked on solutions together, and it's just sort of a different way of doing things that we can highlight in climate science stories.
Right. Well, as Christian also said, I think we are this last time usually hearing from communities being affected by extreme weather events or ecosystems today struggling to adapt, or vulnerable populations that today are suffering the greatest environmental damage. But journalism needs to go beyond. There are also stories that can feature change agents, and because climate stories are not only stories of despair, not only stories of damage, they are also stories of resilience and, the most important, innovation. And that's why I think it is really interesting to take a look to the story of Soledad Mella. She is a very important recycler in my country, and she is actively working to mitigate the environmental damage. She has worked to gain attention from authorities. In fact, today recyclers in Chile have recently been recognized in a law that mandates big company to take responsibility of their waste management. And I think this was a consequence of Soledad Mella's role. So I deeply think that by highlighting this type of initiatives, we can also inspire and empower our audience to see their own roles in fighting against climate change.
And after the story is published, or after you know what story you want to tell, we also want to talk a little bit about what are the other choices and how can you amplify that story. I think the first thing we've been discussing, and we prepared the session together, is about the format. So once you know the story, is there a chance you can choose the format? Did you decide that you're going to do a video story? Are you going to do a photo story? Are you going to write? Is there a chance that you are reflecting on what is the best way that that story is being told? The other thing also, if you do have a choice, is the outlet itself. So what are the channels that you are choosing to tell these stories? Is there a specific audience that you think could be reached with your story and needs to listen to your story, and hence how do you choose the best outlet to that? So this is part of the realm of journalism, but the Pulitzer Center has been working a lot with the other half, that is, once your story is published, what do you do to go beyond the audiences that the outlets have reached? And that's what we are trying to think and we are trying to brainstorm. And I will give two examples that we have done in the past 2 years with rainforest stories, one in Latin America and the other in the Congo Basin. So we have this network, 5 years of journalists reporting in rainforest. There was a great reach, but we thought how do we go beyond that? How do we reach audiences that are not talking about environmental issues? Or how do we go out of this bubble that the outlets are reaching? And we decided to understand, of course, what are the impacts we want when we are telling environmental histories, when we are telling deforestation histories. Diminishing the deforestation rates, or try to stop rights violations from indigenous communities, raise awareness of people that have not been touched with those issues. So one exercise that we did was mapping who could be key audiences that could help us towards that goal in engagement and education perspective. And in Latin America, we decided to work with young urban youth. So urban youth that they were connected with climate issues, but more in a urban aspect. So they would be talking about urban pollution or recycling or vegetarian approach, but they didn't feel, especially in Colombia and in Venezuela and Peru was the countries that we decided to create the Amazonia Lab initiative. They didn't feel that they belonged to an Amazonian country. So we were asking, we did some interviews with youth with this profile, and we were surprised with that. So we were trying to create, our goal was hence to create this connection using the reporting that was being done by this network of journalism. On the Congo Basin, in our brainstorm, we were thinking there is this dichotomy that we face in all the climate discussion, that is, how do we, and even in your story, of how do we think about economic growth, and if it's that possible, and how do we think about nature conservation. And in the Congo Basin, the analysis of the initiative was that the young people were considering that it was their time. They had the right to, like, if the northern country had exploit their forests and exploit nature to economic growth, maybe it was their time to do the same. So there was this dichotomy in the narrative, like, shouldn't be our time now to stop poverty and etc. What it's also a fake narrative, because we know nowadays where this has led the world to, but we wanted to tackle that issue. We wanted to tackle that anxiety or that gap of information. So we created in the Amazon an initiative called Amazonia Lab, with the goal of connecting young urban people that were somehow interested but didn't know a lot about rainforest with the rainforest stories. And on the Congo Basin, we created the Young Professionals Initiative with the goal of creating space for deeper discussion and critical thinking, bringing together journalists with the stories that they were reporting about, but also with climate and rainforest scientists, social movements, land struggle movements, to discuss what are possible solutions, and also so those people could be part of this discussion and could think of the solutions together. And it's very interesting once you go out of this space of the journalism, because the journalism itself, because of this great reach that normally has, you're not necessarily directly interacting with the public. You are publishing the story, and there is a little bit more this vertical passive reach, because you're not having these deep discussions unless you are in space like this, unless you... So for us, it was very interesting to hear back from the public what was the questions they have. And it was interesting in many times, for example, in Amazon, sometimes it happened that they knew the issue, they knew their land was being destroyed, they knew they were seeing it, they knew deforestation was happening, but then they were asking back, but what can I do? Like, what is my role as a young person? What is actionable to me? What are the tools that I can have to change policy? What are the tools that are in my reach so I can make a change in my world? So there we understand there is a gap that maybe it's not about information, maybe it's information plus thinking about solutions, plus thinking about tools or building tools together. And in the Congo Basin, I think was very interesting as well the impact that this type of discussion had, because we were trying to understand how we would reach this audience, this young audience, to discuss rainforest and to discuss this dichotomy. And we decided to get the reporting that had been published in different media and transform and what we call translate that to different narratives. And we've done exhibitions in Mekong, but in the Congo Basin itself, in DRC, we chose radio. And it was super impactful because this discussion in radio triggered the population both to call back with hundreds of people calling to the radio program, wanting to interact and to ask for solution, but also to share their stories, also to share common things that they were hearing. And we had also policy impact because 2 different ministries end up reacting. Because of the reaction of the population, they end up reacting in the next day about the stories that were being published. And I think that speaks on how important it is that the journalist doesn't die in the next day of the story. That our story can be, we normally say, let's squeeze the juice of that story. Because propaganda, they do that. Like if you get any big company, they are telling the same story for years, and they are selling. And in journalism, we want to tell the next story the next day. And we think that because we told, it's told, but that's not how behavior change happen. Behavior change happen because you repeatedly tell a story, and that story is told by different sources in different ways, in different narratives. So that's how we see the role of engagement. We see that it's a role of repeating that story in different ways until we have really processed the stories, until we have the tools, until we know what we do with them, and it's inside us. And I normally like to think about, as the audience, to think about your own personal path. I'm sure everyone here was not born sustainable. I'm sure everyone here was not born like a climate change maker and etc. So how was your path from the first time you realized there was an issue in our society and who you were inside that problem? And what was the step that you took towards that? And I think it's the same thing if we think about journalism and climate. It's not that people are not hearing, but we also need to have the patience that it's a step by step, and there is what we call learning curve between being a passive reader of this story and being a change maker. And we need to know how to navigate that curve. The journalists, I think, can work in some of those steps, but we also think the engagement and education can go on the other levels, can make it reachable, can make it actionable. This is a little bit of what we have been doing. I wanted to open for 2 or 3 questions before we end, and I think that's it. Yes, please. Maybe the micro, let me see, it's here. Can we do the... While we find the mic, I'll do one question for both of you. How was your interaction after the publication with the audiences? What have you done beyond publishing, like public speeches, and where have you worked to try to squeeze the juice of your reporting, of the knowledge that you have produced during these pieces?
Well, for my own story, a while after one of the stories in the project was published, the Pulitzer Center asked me to organize a panel discussion with some voices that I didn't include in the story. So I think that was a good way for readers of the story, or maybe people who didn't even see the story, to hear directly from the scientists involved in doing the research, and kind of brought attention back to the story when it had already been out for a little while, you know. So I really appreciated that, and I think that helped get the story out further.
Thank you, Chris.
So in my case, I just recently published my story, so I think this probably is one of the greatest places where I can share, and I love to reflect also not like during the process of reporting, but of course what happened next. I really aim that this story have an impact in the bill discussion that is nowadays taking place. I sent by email my story to the Ministry of Environment in Chile, because of course there is a big role that the ministry can play today. And I am trying to, of course, making this story being also like a photo of the moment in this conversation, you know, because probably in 5-10 years more we will be very surprised about like the type of conversation we were having today. But I'm always with my stories is to make like a point of what can say about the moment we are today. And the other thing that I am doing also is to sending the story. Of course, I always do this with my stories to all the sources that I interview, because some of them, they are, I don't know, probably not really engaging every day with media outlets. But I am very interested in their genuine opinion, you know, and I have been hearing from all the sides that are part of my story, and I feel that it is important to make them all be part of the same, you know, because until now, what had happened with the coverage of this topic is that usually the view that was portrayed was 1 or 2 or 3. I mean, probably this is not something that you can count, you know, but at least I identified during my reporting very conflictive views, and I tried to make them have this dialogue between, like, using, of course, facts and the science as the as like the main character.
Great, thank you. Is this thing on? Hi. Nothing, 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 nothing. Amazing, thank you so much. Great, thank you. Thank you all so much for this really great panel and this opportunity, and also just to congratulate you both for the stories that you've produced and the Centre for the work it's doing. I'm familiar with the Centre, and I'm familiar with the kind of support it's offering around climate narratives. One of our partners, the Oxpecker Centre for Investigative Environmental Journalism, is among your partners as well in this regard, and their Power Track and Mpumalanga project. My name is Sigwitlani. I work in development. the crisp question I have for you, and it's for both sides of the story, if you will, is as journalists, how do you think about the impact that you want your stories to make? What are the kind of metrics that you target to kind of say to yourselves that, yes, you know, if this one or these three things happen, I know my story has really made an impact. And then for yourself, on the other side, how do you think about kind of, you know, what are the impact metrics that you're targeting in the work that you're doing? Because like you said, so often, you know, what happens in journalism is that the story gets published and then we move right along, but there's something much deeper that we're trying to achieve here, and it's not always so apparent how one knows or sees whether it's working or not. Thank you.
You want to start?
Yeah. Okay, so this is such a big topic, the accountability. I mean, how you can enforce that our stories have the impact at least we thought when pitching them. Or I think that particularly in my case, I am aiming to show how science today can give some certainty in this very uncertain discussion. I was very surprised to know that after I started to shadowing this group of scientists, one of them, like the leader, Carolina León, was called like only weeks ago, in fact, just the last month, to be part of a very special committee that was called by the Ministry of Environment to take part in the discussion of the bill. You know, so I think that without noticing in the time I started to report my story, I probably was identifying characters that I guess were not probably very like evident, you know, that today, and I guess we have been discussing this with Christian, that probably the pandemic also teach or is still teaching us the way it was covered, how important is to ask scientists also, given their knowledge and wisdom and everything, how to approach from a scientific view the issues that we journalists are covering, you know. And I guess that is a way that I can probably see that my story is today. Today it like frankly is a little bit too earlier to see the impact. I am trying to go for it, sharing in this step. But I guess the impact, I want to see the impact probably in the discussion of this bill. For instance, demonstrating by all the reporting and what all my sources share, coming from completely different side of the discussion, the importance of having a regulation that considers, and I think this is like a universal lesson, like the ecosystem as a wholeness, not just, you know, like ecosystem by parts, as probably what had the current regulation has seen it. So.
And I guess in my own work, I like to try to raise awareness about issues. I mean, I think that's one of the, you know, that's less of a impact like this happened because my story came out. But I think the more people that know about complex science issues, that's making a difference, at least in some way. I kind of like to think of my work as helping scientists advocate for their science or explain their science to the public, which they're not always good at doing. But so it always feels good when I get an email from a scientist, you know, months later that's like, I share your story every time I talk to people, you know, that now it's much easier for them to understand that than the research article. So yeah, I'd love to hear from Flora about impact, but I think awareness is one of the big things that I think about.
Perfect. So one of our main lines of thought is impact, and we have been very intentional, I think, about it. And the way we decided to do is to have a very systematic theory of change. So what do we want? What is the long-term impact that we can contribute? So we are part of a bigger network that will contribute to something. What is the outcome? That means something that we can be attributed to, so more relatable. And with that, what are the results, what we call the outputs? So we try to do, and what is a theory of change is the story of how do we get the impact. So what are the different steps? Because sometimes, especially in the communication world, both journalism and engagement and education even more, the changes are so long-term that you not necessarily see. It's not in 1 year that you have immediate changes, or stopping rates of deforestation, or helping to a certain community to protect their territorial rights. So those are things that comes, but again, it's a network of impact. And a theory of change help us to conduct that, to understand that path, and at least from our perspective, to have clear what do we want to do and how do we want to do and where do we want to get it. And one important thing when we talked about audience-centered initiatives is the importance of making a choice, because I think people are very overwhelmed or anxious, and we know how important it is, the stories that we are telling. And because we know and we care so deep, because we are investing our whole life to tell those stories, we think everyone needs to hear. And it's not that they don't, but you know, boiling the ocean, if you try to reach everyone, you reach no one. So when we say that our theory of change is audience-centered, is because we try to focus our effort and our time and our resources in specific audiences, and then invest really hard in reaching those audiences as hard as we can in the best way we can, and use our time to also have dialogue with these audiences. So we also have the return. So if you ask me, oh, isn't there other interesting audiences in DRC that you wanted to reach? Why young professionals, or why urban youth? Of course there is. There are many audiences that are really important that they need to hear about the stories. There will always be the policymaker audience that I think it's the ultimate goal of any impact, because we want changes in policy, we want changes in bad practice. But by choosing one is a way that you will be more effective, and it's a way that your story will not be drop so small that they won't resonate. And that's what we are trying to do. That's the way we've been thinking about impact. How do we choose 1, 2 audience at most, and then understand what are the channels these audiences are listening to, what are the voices they are listening to, what are the messengers that they will care about it. So if you ask, I work a lot with audience research, and it's very interesting, because if you ask to a farmer in the countryside of Brazil, they are listening to their religious communities, and they are listening to their daughters and sons. So actually, you think, oh, I should be working with farmers. No, you should be working with education, because their sons and their daughters are really influencing their views of the world, of their future views of the world. So it's trying to understand who really matters to people. And same thing if you do, there are those different digital tools where you can map how people react online. And in 2019, where there, I don't know if I'll remember, but there was those huge fires in the Amazon. And we were mapping how people were reacting to that fire. And we had these huge stars commenting on it, from Leonardo DiCaprio to K-pop dancers and etc. And we could differentiate each one of the audiences and who was speaking first and how they were reacting. And it was really interesting that the young generation, they were very quiet in the beginning. And once those superstars started to comment, like K-pop singers or even country singers at the time, they comment, then they jumped into the conversation, and then they jumped really hard, and they made the conversation explode. So, and when we were analyzing it, why did they took that time? It was about they were unsure or they were not feeling secure enough of the topic. It was not a topic that they had a domain of, but once their trusted sources, that were artists and singers and etc., jump into the conversation, they felt secure enough to replicate. So that's important. They are not listening to policymakers that have been talking about it, or economists, or NGOs. They were listening to the singers. They were listening to pop stars. So I think we also need to be creative about the way we are translating those stories. And that's the way we've been thinking about the impact of communication in journalism. Not only what is the story, but how to get the story out and how to consider all the knowledge or all the aspect, all the opposite of empathy that an audience is. An audience is everything but empathy. It has a lot of things, and we need to consider to understand how do we connect our story with this audience. Do we have time for one more question? No, I don't think we... Yeah, but we can answer after the... Yeah. Yes. 2 minutes or no? 1 minute, yes. Thank you so much.
So in response to two comments, one is the climate stories aren't stories of despair, but stories of resilience and innovation. And what you said about journalists need to keep covering the story. As someone who's worked as a freelance journalist and in communications, I fear that editors are the barrier who they want stories of people who have been poisoned and displaced, who have died. I call it kind of a dead baby syndrome. That's you submit with something like that and they will cover it. But if you've got a story that you believe needs to be about that resilience or innovation, or needs to be that continuation of a story, I find it really difficult to get that coverage. So how do you overcome those barriers to ensure that people's voices are being amplified, not just in a moment of despair, but of what the rest of their lives look like?
I mean, I am always I am also a professor in journalism, and I always say to my students that, like, if we put on the table all the times we fail during journalism, like by pitching or by trying to get some interviews that we dream of, probably we have the same, you know, like what I do personally with these stories, I am super passionate about it, and I have tried during these last years to cultivate it. From the pandemic, I started to explore the solution journalism that has its own philosophy to approach reality. I have been pitching those stories, and I insist, and I follow up, and I have found a place, and I think people are waiting for those stories too. You know, like it is real. I mean, I'm not saying that we are not. That we leave behind the stories portraying. Of course, I think it is super important, but there is always someone doing something. I always think that, and my goal during this last time has been to actively looking for that person or that organization, because I think those stories are also ways of showing the path, you know?
Coincidentally, and also talking about how can we use science to answer those questions or to address this challenge. Coincidentally, today also here, I think in the ground floor, Yale Climate Change Communication were presenting their research on climate audience research, right? And in the United States and other countries, they've shown that the perception only it's very science. It's not based on audience science, on research science, that it's hearing this audience and understanding that both cases are needed. When I was working with audience research, I think the most effective, I would say, solution we've heard, because we have heard, stop doing dystopy journalism. This is not working. You are leading people to inaction. Oh, don't do solutions journalism, because then people will not act, because they only act in despair. And then one analysis that came out of a lot of research was you need to do both, because we are humans, that we are motivated by fear, but we are also motivated by hopes, and it depends on our mood. So we need also to be cycling on this mood. Sometimes one will motivate us, sometimes don't. And for me, until today, I think I heard this 3 years ago, it was the one that most makes sense. Keep telling both stories. Thank you so much, and sorry for the time. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't think I have the clicker. I don't think I have the click thing. Thank you so much. Okay, so we can get started if that works well. Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you all so much for coming to our event on climate education. So we're joined by some really exciting speakers. We have Mock COP, Cambridge Climate Society, and we have Asian Youth Empowerment for COP as well with us. So essentially the idea of this session is we're going to have some brief interventions from our speakers outlining their work on a local, national and international level. Then we have some questions that are kind of designed for us all to reflect on what we can do to further climate education in our own communities. And so without any further ado, I will introduce our first speaker. And our first speaker is David, who is here representing Mock COP. David is a sustainability leader and climate justice advocate from Nigeria. He advocates for the inclusion of sustainability and climate education in the curricula of every university program and at every level of education. As a campaign coordinator at Mock COP, David is dedicated to promoting youth voices at a global and local climate decision levels. He promotes climate education through various Mock COP initiatives, such as the Mock Education Ministers Summit, and grassroots projects like the Teach the Future campaign. With a background in mechanical engineering and a passion for sustainable development, he's on a mission to bridge the gap between energy and sustainability through innovation and policy. David, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beth. So I'm from Mockup, and Mockup started in 2020 after COP26 was postponed due to COVID-19. And the youth thought that we cannot lose a year of climate action, so we hosted Mock-COP 26. And Mock-COP 26 led to the creation of the Mock-COP Treaty, and Mock-COP Treaty has 6 themes, one of which is climate education. This year, we focused on climate education because climate education is lacking across all levels of curriculums, and students are not trained on the causes, the effects, and how they can get involved, most especially how they can get involved in the solution of the climate crisis. And there might be wrong information, there might be anxiety without proper education. And education breeds action. When people are aware, then they can act. So we wanted to do something about it, and so we organized a mock education minister summit. And in that summit, we got youth delegates from across 89 countries in the world to access the state of climate education in their countries. So each of them accessed, each delegation from each country accessed and came up with national statements. From the national statements, they came together during the summit and discussed the national statements, and the result was a unified youth statement on climate education. And you can get the statement, just these flyers around, just pick one and scan the barcode behind. It will lead you straight to the statement. So you can pick one that belongs to you and scan the barcode behind to get access to the statement. So this statement gives the first youth definition of quality climate education, and it's unique because while many persons, many youths, many organizations advocate for climate education, this went further. The youths involved in this went further to actually define what quality climate education is. Came up with checklists came up with acts for government and a checklist to see if those acts are being fulfilled in the various countries. And I'll just go through some of the definitions of quality climate education by the youth. So the youth believe quality climate education should be comprehensive, should be solution and action oriented, so not majorly focused on the problem. Definitely the comprehensivity of it will ensure that the problem is discussed, but then we go further to talk about the solutions. So we should be solution and action oriented, holistic and embedded across all disciplines, empowering us to decarbonize our societies and economies, should be critical, meaning it should imbibe the youths and the students with critical thinking skills to challenge the status quo and the systems that brought us here and suggest and create ways forward, inclusive of indigenous and local knowledge. So that means quality climate education is not the same everywhere. In the US, it will be different. In Nigeria, it will be different. In other parts of the world, it will be different because it should be inclusive of indigenous and local knowledge, intersectional and focus on climate justice, formal and monitored but practical, inclusive, adaptable and localized, tailored to the modern era, fostering a sense of global citizenship, free from conflict of interest, and delivered through experiential educational practices. And they came up with 5 acts for education leaders to teach our teachers, because our teachers are not well prepared to teach the students. So invest in climate education. A paltry 0.03% of the poor funds that comes to climate, to address the climate crisis, comes to climate education. So of the fund that comes to climate crisis, just 0.03%. So there should be more investment in climate education, include young people and teachers in the decision making and in building the curriculum. There should be collaboration between both the environment and education ministers, and then promote global climate justice and access to education. And then a series of checklists for the various acts and the definition, which you can go through once you scan the barcode. And we welcome everyone to join us in promoting a statement. After the summit, the delegates are lobbying their, presenting a statement to their education ministers and education decision makers and lobbying them to implement some of these acts, and welcome you to join us in pushing the unified statement of quality on quality education forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. And the work that Mock COP does on a local, national, international level in empowering young people is really, really incredible to hear about. And we'll move then on to our second speaker, Shrishti, who's here representing Asian Youth Empowerment. So she is a specialist in climate change with a decade of international experience in policy advocacy, community engagement, and capacity building, including leading a UNFCCC award-winning initiative, the Global Resilience Partnership Programme, to build the climate resilience capacities of urban poor people in South Asia. Shrishti currently wears multiple hats. She forms a part of the core team leading the policy working group of the Asian Youth Empowerment for COP initiative, which is the co-organizer of Asia Pacific Regional Conference of Youth 2023. She serves on the board of the Indian Youth Climate Network and has been the official host of Alcoy India from 2021 to 2023. She has actively participated in UN climate change processes and leveraged her extensive grassroots experience to facilitate intergovernmental policy dialogues, as well as empowering youth to meaningfully engage in climate policy and undertake local actions. And so I'll hand you over to Shrishti.
Thank you so much, Beth. Yes, so very briefly talking about the campaign I'm representing here. It's the Asian Youth Empowerment for COP campaign. Although the name suggests that we are working around COP, but COP just happens for 15 days, but there is lots of work which happens the 350 days around the year. This is our first year of the campaign. It's under the umbrella of Youngo, where during the last year we thought that there's a lot of focus is required over the Asia Pacific region, and how can we do that? So there were a few people, like-minded peers, who came together, and we started with setting up some targets on how we can bring the Asian youth together. While there were many Asian youth within the COP, within the decision-making spaces, they were not coming together as a community. So we started with that idea, and we thought, how can we do that? While we wanted to also mobilize some more Asian youth so that their voices could be represented in these spaces. So we started, I think, during May, June, and we were able to bring together and come up with various working groups. Policy working group is what I lead, and there is an education, there is programs, there is of course partnerships and networking working group. We have just started, but at the end, I mean, by now we have about a community of 150 young people. We were also able to host, of course, with local partners, the Regional Conference of Youth. That also, some outcomes of those I will also be sharing. But yes, while we started, working on this campaign and trying to mobilize more young people, we have mobilized about 30-35 young people who are present at COP via various mechanisms. But it was very evident while we were interacting, while we were bringing together Alcoy Asia organizers from across, Asia, from across the Asian region. We thought there was still a lot of, gaps in between local actions and the global policy level, dialogues which happen. For example, the UNFCCC work streams like loss and damage, like the GST, the local people, especially who are being mobilized in terms of being delegates at the local conference of youth, or all of those things, we thought how we can bridge those gaps. So that one of our priority areas was that how the global work streams could be connected to the local actions, and it could be simplified in such a way that even a young person in the community could understand how or what that person is doing is actually feeding into the global policy. So that was one of the areas, and we started doing some capacity building sessions through our education working groups. We did it on climate finance, we did it on action for climate empowerment, which is the climate change education focused work stream at UNFCCC. But yes, we are just starting. It is very new for us, but we are happy to have a lot of mobilization campaigns and programs running around as part of the campaign. But specifically on the regional conference of youth, I just wanted to make sure that we are reading the right points which the Asian youth had come up during the regional conference of youth, and we had also submitted it as part of the global youth statement. So it says, we the Asia Pacific youth raise our voices to demand equitable access to high quality, inclusive climate education systems as an inalienable human right, recognizing it is as the fundamental bedrock of our collective sustainable future. The government and the Department of Education should integrate environmental and climate change education into school curriculums as an integral component of official educational systems. So this first point was made specifically because although we talk about climate education policy, so the policy change takes a lot of time. At least if I talk about India, there was national education policy in 2005, and recently we had in 2020. So after 15 years, we got a new education policy. I'm sure that would be true for the other countries as well. But while that is happening, while we are advocating for policy change, how we can create other mechanisms, because climate change is not going to wait. And we need young people to have the right tools so that they can understand the potential risks and they could save themselves at this point of time. And we can't wait for such a huge policy change. So what mechanisms we can use informally or giving youth platforms so that this could happen while the policy change is also happening, so that we don't wait for that change to happen. Second was on to, we implore leaders across Asia to prioritize implementation, monitoring and evaluation of the action for climate empowerment, all 6 elements, at the national level via the nationally determined contributions. So this was another ask, because while education forms is a very important tool for the Asian youth to empower themselves to fight the climate impacts in their own regions, localities, or within their own communities. But at the policy level, when we are talking about especially national policies, how much integration has happened, the education has integrated well into the NDCs is what we have raised voices for, and especially on also monitoring and evaluation of the ACE elements within those NDCs. That was our second ask. And the third major ask was, we demand and stress for decolonizing education that interrogates and unpacks the socio-political influence and causes of climate change and ongoing impacts of colonial legacy. I think this point is self-explanatory, because you know how the history has been. So these were the 3 asks specifically on the climate change education. And yes, I wanted to use this platform to share all of these points. Over to you, Beth.
Thank you so much, Shrishti, for sharing the demands that came out of that conference, and I think as well, just for the work in empowering young people to be able to participate in spaces like this is so, so crucial. So thank you. And finally, we'll hand over to Millie. So Millie has experience working with a series of NGOs on climate change education projects. She represented Austria in the WWF's Eat for Change campaign, raising awareness about plant-based diets and climate change in Europe. She managed the Climate Science Olympiad that empowered 10,000 young people to engage with climate change solutions, and she represented Austria in the Mock COP Ministers Summit. She also works with the Climate Policy Youth NGO Climate Talk and is a young European Leadership COP28 delegate engaging in climate policy bilaterals with EU members of the European Parliament. As the education lead of Cambridge Climate Society, she launched the Climate Education Project to drive integrated curriculum reform across the University of Cambridge. She is currently studying politics and anthropology at the University of Cambridge. Millie?
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and it's great to see you guys in the audience today and to talk to our virtual audience here, and thank you so much for the contributions. It's an amazing panel. I'm so excited to be here today. I will be talking mainly about more of a regional case on a university level. Essentially, one thing we can see in Europe is that students want change, young people want change. We generally know we know what climate change is, but when it comes to actually understanding where youth fit in, where they see themselves in a career space, it is very difficult because there are so many discrepancies within what the actual curriculum is teaching you, not only in secondary, primary school, but also tertiary education. And even in a place like Cambridge, there are so many discrepancies between, the fact that students know what climate change is, but they don't know, what impact can I have in the future. And as we know in terms of the statistics coming out, green jobs are going to be so important in the future, are so important, and we need to make sure that young people within university settings who are gaining the skills to go into green jobs have the ability to access the information and skills and training to go and access these jobs in the future. So essentially, across the past summer or so, there's been a series of protests across European universities, Barcelona and Dutch universities, where students have protested for their governments to make, for the governments generally and the universities to make changes within their curriculums. And this has led to, for example, a mandatory course being implemented in like Barcelona and Dutch universities to make sure that every single student must attend university courses that will equip them with the skills they need to understand the complexity of the climate science and the complexity just generally of the skills and where you fit in terms of what career path you want to do. So essentially, it's been great to see that there's been youth pressure for universities to reform their curriculums. That is so important. And we also embarked on that same journey at Cambridge Climate Society. We were a cohort of 30 students or so across the board. Beth is also our wonderful vice president as well. So it's great to have a space where we have, for example, people in the social sciences and in generally the natural sciences working together, cross-disciplinary within this society. But essentially, I launched a petition rallying the university in Cambridge to make reforms within their curriculum, because it's essential that there is a demand there. Various studies have been done within the university and across university with SOS, Students Organising for Sustainability, and we know that there's a demand there. And essentially went to the Vice-Chancellor and asked for this demand with student senior leadership. But essentially, what we were told that because our system is so decentralized, the fact that different faculties set the curriculum, that, in terms of leadership, the most effective way is going through departments themselves, working with departments, because the system is decentralized. So essentially within the story, someone campaigning for curriculum reforms within university, when you come up with an issue in terms of structural issue when it comes to curriculum reforms, we then took a step back and thought about, okay, how can we address this issue to make sure that we can provide integrated climate change education to youth and to students within the university. So we then took a step back and realized the only way we can actually make the change is to work directly with staff within different faculties. And we are directly working with central bodies within the university to work directly with staff and students to co-create curriculum reforms. So it's under this framework called Students as Partners. Students as Partners recognizes youth as not just, for example, a voice, but also as a partner in co-creation. So instead of us going to the university demanding something, we are working with individuals in the department to review curriculum, to provide recommendations, so that at the table, youth within universities and also staff members sit down and work together on the ways that we can create spaces for both professionals and academics and students to create reforms and drive reforms. And essentially, we're working across 7 different departments. These vary from law to medicine to English to biological natural sciences. And we've chosen specific departments because this is the pilot study, pilot kind of launch project. These degrees are ones in which students will have the greatest impact in the shortest amount of time through going through their degrees. For example, if a medic studies medicine and gains the tools to address the needs of planetary health, then they're going to go off to be a doctor and then train with that knowledge. So that's why we've chosen those degrees, for example, law, individual become a lawyer, and so forth. So essentially, under Students as Partners, this framework has been really great because, and it's a new way to approach curriculum reviews where there is co-creation, where youth are recognized as an important voice in the procedure of implementation. So following kind of the review process we're doing now within each of those 7 different curriculum, different departments, we'll then move on to recommendations and working in the future with the university to ensure that these student demands are heard. Students are the experts, youth are the experts, and I think it's important to create structures within university spaces where youth are recognized not just as a voice, but also as a co-creator when it comes to education projects. And essentially, we want to work with universities across the world to really drive co-creation within university to make changes. And yes, those are all my points I want to mention now, and I look forward to a discussion with you guys.
Thank you so much, Millie. And I think those themes of, involving youth as equal partners is something really core to successful climate change education. I guess is why all of us are here at this panel today in this pavilion as well, as that idea of young people being equal voices in the room. So thank you so much for highlighting that. And so in keeping with those kind of themes, we wanted to make this event as interactive as possible, so not just us talking, but hopefully spaces for questions and things as well. So for those of you who feel comfortable turning and talking to the people in your vicinity, or for those of you who would prefer to make notes on your phone or in a notebook, we wanted to kind of have a couple minutes for people to kind of consider these questions that are up on the board. Can everyone see them okay? Yeah? Amazing. So essentially what we really want to come out of this event is that we've had these perspectives of amazing projects in all different parts of the world aimed at empowering young people, and we want to see how this can support future projects in everyone's communities going forward. So if this is something people in the room are interested in, we would invite you to turn to the person next to you or get a phone or a notebook out and take a little bit of time to reflect on these questions, about a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, after which we'll have time to share some reflections and also ask our panelists some questions. Does that sound like something people would be interested in? Yeah? Cool. Okay, well, fire away, and we'll come back in about a minute or 2 or 2 minutes or so. Thank you so much. And if anyone has any questions in the meantime, please do ask. Please feel free to turn to the person next to you.
Can we switch it off?
Put this? Oh, you can just put on this tray.
Thank you. Guys, I might open it up to the audience now for the reflections, so I might open it up again. Cool. Okay. All right. Was that enough time for people to kind of consider the questions, or would people like another minute or two? You feel ready? Yeah. Amazing. So we might just bring it back then to the main session. And thank you all for engaging with the questions. We thought it was something a little bit different, but we wanted to make it interactive as much as we could. So are there any initial reflections or thoughts or questions that anyone in the audience would like to share?
Hi, this is Jatuchan Maira. So I'm mostly interested in climate education system because I feel like the education system need to be innovative and creative. So what I am doing in my country, okay, I'm from Sri Lanka, UNICEF Youth Advocate. Okay, we are introducing curriculum as play activities. They will play, We will have some play tools and module curriculum. When they are playing, they will learn from their background. Surely they will not, they feel like they are playing something, but in the background they are learning something new, something they needed one. So this is the approach what I am doing in my country. I'm suggesting, and also I'm really like to learn more methodologies other than our traditional education system to adapt in my country. I'm really ready to collaborate with you. If you have any ideas you are if you're following in your countries, I'm ready to do that. Thank you.
So I can start. So in India, actually, of course, access to education is itself a big issue, but there has been. So I was working with the previous organization, where and they had developed in one of our states. They with the Maharashtra government has developed Maji Vasundhara. Maji Vasundhara is a Maharashtrian name. It's called my planet, my family. Okay, so it's my planet, something like this. And what they have done is they have developed a curriculum with lesson plans, which are on different topics like air, water, sun, how it gives energy. So they're very simplified lessons for children to understand the basic concepts, because we can't introduce climate change, for example, at the age of 8. It's going to be very difficult. There has to be certain framework through which they are able to understand the components first, and then slowly we build on those components to make them understand what exactly climate change is. So I know it's and then that curriculum is still not very well integrated into the formal education systems. They have to give an extra day or few hours extra to get those, or those lesson plans are being facilitated on those extra days. So I think we still have a long way to go. This is just one thing how the formal education systems are working. But I remember also having these climate fresque workshops. This is just a personal experience. There are climate fresque workshops. There is climate science who does a lot of workshops for young people on demystifying the whole comprehensiveness of climate change topics. For example, the IPCC report, how it can be broken down into smaller pieces. So that Climate Fresh does that a lot. Climate science is more on, local communities, and like, for example, what are the energy needs of that particular city in India. So, and then they also do a lot of teacher focused, you know, teacher focused. I think everything is online, teacher focused resources, and it has been aligned with what children should know at the age at, for example, in standard 6. So they have this customized curriculum, and it's open access, and you can always go and access. And if you are a teacher, you can access a different kind of curriculum. And if you are a student and if you want to learn, there is a totally different set of curriculum. These are the few examples which I have known, which are going very well in India. At least we had a few workshops as part of the ELCO India, and that is why I clearly know it. But the Maharashtra government example is a good one. I hope it gets more integrated into the system so that students don't have to spend extra hours on that curriculum. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrishti. David or Millie, do either of you want to come in on that briefly?
Yeah, so great work. You know, when we were having one of our events, mock up, we asked people to define climate education in one word. And someone defined climate education should be fun. Quality climate education should be fun. And this is a practical way of making that happen, making climate education fun. So there's another campaign that we do at Mock Up that you could probably bring into Sri Lanka. Grassroots projects. So teach the teacher, teach the parent, teach the politician. And we have like slides, materials that we share to people that want to take part in this section in their homes or in their school or in their community. And the idea is to promote discussion about the climate crisis and the climate change in these various spheres. So not really the children teaching their parents or their teachers or their politicians, but actually having this climate discussion and sharing their views and what they think they should be learning from their parents or from their teachers or what the politicians should be doing. And we are getting people, like trying to get that campaign across as many countries as possible, and definitely it can be a focal point for Sri Lanka. Yeah.
Thank you. And Millie, do you want to come in briefly?
Yeah, no, I'll just contribute to the amazing suggestion that's come out of this panel. Essentially, my projects that I'm involved in mainly are involved in higher education, but I think we've all been with kids and trying to educate them through various projects, and it's so amazing to actually be with a young individual because they understand so much about the climate crisis regardless of their age. I think playing is really important. It should be fun, and that's, drilling that in from a young age is vital, because if you don't communicate it the right way, then obviously with eco-anxiety and so forth occurring, then that can be a real issue, and it will actually detract from, mobilizing youth to engage in climate conversations. One thing I really enjoy from my own personal experience is we hosted kind of a workshop for really young individuals, and we planted kind of seedlings within recycled bottles, and I think an action of doing something and then speaking through the process. So playing is a really important aspect of it, but also doing an action, whether that's, for example, planting a tree or recycling and engaging with sustainable practices, but then linking it to large global kind of issues is really important. I think having something hands-on, doing something, and making sure that students and young individuals are engaged in the process. But I definitely think one issue that was mentioned is the fact that you've got to have really motivated teachers doing this. Teachers have so many the workload demands are so high. I've come from a background of teachers, and just growing up with educators is an absolutely amazing thing. I think it's the best profession out there. But they have so many demands from parents, and also just generally what they can implement, they have to do it on their own accord. And I think we've got to create schools, and for example, there's eco-school networks, or just generally create green spaces for students to be outside in nature, planting and engaging in a space where you can co-create ideas when it comes to nature as well. But essentially, I think there needs to be more integration through, for example, governments like within mock COP, or through pushing it on the international policy space, because we can't rely on teachers to be the ones to lead these initiatives. It's got to be driven from not only institutions within universities and secondary, primary, but also from governments. So it's all connected. I think we've got to have a strategy where we can align, for example, university spaces, we can align school spaces, we can align this, and you really have to go through ministers. So I think Mock COP is an amazing example where you directly go and talk to individuals that are in your education spaces and say, can we please do this? And I think all it involves is just a call to action where you write a letter or you ask for a meeting with your minister, because essentially these are the generation who are essentially going to have to deal with the fact that we are not meeting the 1.5 degree. And I think everyone's met a young person, even my brother, who said, I don't want to have children in the future because of the fact that we are facing so many climate consequences. And I think that doesn't have to be the case. We can have so much hope through playing. So I really appreciate you bringing up the instance of playing, but essentially my answer would be we've got to rally leaders to make sure that there's integration within the curriculum.
Yes, thank you guys so much. And I love those themes of making climate education fun and making it engaging. And unfortunately, as is the way with COP, we never have quite as much time as we would like. So we do have to wrap up in the next 2 minutes. So unfortunately, we won't have as much time to go through audience interventions as we thought. But I really would encourage you, most of our panelists will be around afterwards to come up and say hello and have a chat about campaigns in your communities and see how those connections can be made. Because at the end of the day, that is what really will strengthen us, is these connections between campaigns. So in the last about 90 seconds, I would ask each panelist in the briefest way possible, in about a sentence or less, to summarize the key takeaway you want people to take from this panel. And I will start with David.
Okay. Key takeaways to continue advocating for quality
And innovation, but how can we be updated day to day? So that would be one, but also educating others around you, especially the underprivileged. How we can pass on that information is the most crucial for me.
Thank you. And finally, to Millie.
I just want to give some insight into when you are launching an action or involved in various different spaces within the climate sector. It's important to not to lose faith when you face institutional barriers. And a lot of the times accessing spaces and places when it comes to making those reforms within bureaucratic systems or within education in terms of there's so many boards, there's so many places you don't know where to start. So essentially, as a youth, you have so much power, you have so much influence, and really drive the co-creation space because you have a voice that needs to be heard and be involved in co-creating curriculum reforms.
Thank you so much to our panelists for their brevity and for their incredible insights. I personally have learned so much. And thank you so much to our audience as well for your engagement and your interaction and for making time to attend this panel during what is an incredibly busy week. So thank you all to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
It's a busy day. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of Youth Day. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for the great session. It's really important to prioritize climate education. Thank you so much. And now we are going to have the ACE consultation on climate education and empowerment for children with the UNFCCC Secretariat. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. I know it's 5 p.m. and you've already went to a lot of sessions, but I really appreciate you being here. This session is about ACE consultation, which comes from a new mandate from last year. Next year, the UNFCCC Secretariat will compile guidelines and best practices regarding child education and empowerment. And the Secretary will start that activity shortly at the conclusion of the COP28. And we wanted to have this moment with you to really start co-designing what the outcomes of this activity could be and what could be the most impactful way of delivering this outcome. So a brief background, Action for Climate Empowerment, or ACE, refers to efforts relating to Article 6 of the Convention, as well as Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. It has 6 elements, as you can see on the screen: education, public awareness, training, public participation, public access to information, as well as international cooperation in these areas. Parties have recognized that ACE plays a key role in enabling the changes in systems, attitudes, as well as behaviors to foster low-emission, climate-resilient societies and economies. There are some slides. So here, education could mean that climate change is fully integrated into the school curricula and enabling learners of all ages. So we are not just looking at typical primary to university students, but also pre-primary, those attending kindergartens, but also the adults doing the lifelong learning elements. And it will not just focus on the knowledge about climate change, so it's going beyond the scientific basic knowledge on climate change, but also in all other subjects. So it will be integrated in the history, economies, mathematics, and all those curriculum. But it will also teach about how to cope, how to act. So it covers the behavioral as well as socioeconomic aspects of climate change. Public awareness elements, here I listed what it could mean for consumers. So consumers becoming fully aware of the impact of their day-to-day behavior, including what and how they eat, wear, ride, and live. So in the context of children and youth, it will mean that in their day-to-day lives or the lives of their parents, they will become more aware of what it means, what the impacts that they have, and what kind of action that they take can have an impact on climate change. Training here, of course, if you think about the school children at the moment, the skills that they learn will equip them to for the job that they will have when they enter the market. So future workforce fully trained and capacitated with adequate climate-ready green skills, allowing for the just transition of the societies. Public participation includes citizens regardless of their status, race, and gender, and here, of course, includes ages, are fully empowered to take part in the design, implementation, and evaluation of climate change policies. So here, usually what we see is they are included in the design of NDCs or long-term strategies, but this public participation element doesn't necessarily go through the implementation phase, let alone the evaluation phase of the climate change policies. So when we talk about public participation, it really needs to go through the full cycle of policy implementation. Public access to information looks at the general public having the full access to climate change information to hold governments and enterprises accountable. And we believe that this public access to information piece is the prerequisite for an effective public participation. From the elements that I just introduced, education, public participation, and public access to information are recognized as human rights. And under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, it's also explicitly recognized as the rights of children. A brief history of ACE in our process. As I mentioned, it has been in the Article 6 of the Convention and as well as the Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. Under our process, the work of ACE has usually been dealt with under the party-driven work program. So it started in 2002 with the New Delhi work program. It went on as an amended New Delhi work program in 2007. And many of you might be familiar with the Doha work program that was adopted in 2012. And the newest, the current work program, the Glasgow work program on ACE, was adopted in 2021 at COP26. So here I want to talk about something that is under the ACE action plan, which was adopted in COP27 last year. There is now a new mandate, what we call as Activity C2, requested the Secretariat to map and compile guidelines and good practices regarding to child education as well as empowerment and climate action, especially taking into consideration the aspects of gender equality as well as the issue of persons with disabilities. So as I mentioned, we are just starting the design phase of these activities and we are in conversation with some of UN agencies as well as non-party stakeholders to discuss how we can go about this activity. An initial idea that we had, especially with UNICEF, is to launch the global survey to be launched at the first half of next year to gather inputs from parties and non-party stakeholders. This will be accompanied by the desk review by the Secretariat. And we are considering potential usage of the U report application developed and utilized by UNICEF. So we believe that this will enable us to reach the children around the world who has the access to this application using their smartphone or their laptops or computers to give us the feedback and inputs into the guidelines and good practices of child education and empowerment that they are aware of or in some cases that they think requires further improvement. As mandated, we will present the initial outcome at SP60, which will be in June 2024 next year. So next year in June, the session will take place in Bonn as usual. The final outcome will be the annual summary report under the Glasgow work program, which we are planning to publish in August or September next year. So we still have some question marks around the outcome, especially with regards to who would be the intended audience of this report. So we could aim to have something for children or policymakers who are our usual recipient of the official reports. But we could also look at those what we are at the moment calling enabling environments or enablers, who could include teachers or educators, schools or learning institutes, or parents even. So when they get hold of this report, the outcome, one of those audiences or one or more of these audiences will be able to use this report and apply it when they are moving ahead with child education and empowerment. So depending on the audience, the format of the report will vary as well. For policymakers, it will apply as the usual, our UNFCCC official reports. If it's for children, and of course the language should be child-friendly. If it's for teachers, schools, parents, format will change accordingly. And we are also, so in our conversation with UNICEF and other stakeholders, the primary discussion we will have, of course, is whether we can have this as some sort of a joint deliverables, where UNFCCC publish something for the policymakers, while those partners aim to have something that is more targeted towards other audiences. Special considerations as mandated by parties, we need to consider the aspects about gender equality, with special attention to girls, but also persons with disabilities, as well as others. So here others could include indigenous youth, indigenous children, or children from the marginalized communities with limited internet access or having a language barriers, etc., etc. And of course, with regard to the good practices, we would require criteria, and we, of course, wouldn't be able to cover all the good practices and guidelines that are out there. There will be practices that are coming from local level, national level, regional level, as well as international level. And given the length of the report, we will need to apply some of the criteria to really highlight some of the best, good of the good practices, so that, again, the audience can readily apply those identified guidelines and good practices when they receive it. So we believe that the question of why such document is needed, or why we need to focus on child education and empowerment, has already been answered. So general comment number 26 by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, published this year, already lays out what kind of rights, human rights, children enjoy with regard to education as well as empowerment, which could cover public participation and public access to information aspects. Other reports by the UN agencies, including UNESCO, who published the global survey last year on the youth perception on the climate change education. UNICEF, they have the Child Index report published quite regularly. They have the whole database coming from the U report from the previous years, as well as expert organizations such as Save the Children, Education Cannot Wait. Those organizations have been carrying out extensive survey of children around the world on the issue of climate change. So those rationale of why the child education and empowerment should be highlighted is already there. But again, what and how this outcome should be or could look like still needs to be defined. And here, I'm not sure whether we have anyone under 18, so who qualifies as children, but we also believe that youth, as someone who are just coming out from their childhood, to be that bridging generation who could really shed lights on, from your own experience, what has worked and what could have been worked if there were more focus on that aspect. So here I want to pick your brain. I have some guiding questions for you, and we would love to hear for the next few minutes before I know you have a huge celebration coming up. So before that starts, I would love to hear from you, from your experience and thoughts. What could be the priorities and needs for child education and empowerment? So this could be rephrased as what worked from your own childhood experience and what was missing, that now that you are thinking back, that could have been a very useful education or experience to have for you to be more climate ready. So I want to start by education, public awareness, and training piece, and then I'll move on to public participation and access to information. So I would like to open up the floor, and again, the question would be what kind of education, public awareness, and training you think are necessary for children today to have for them to exercise their human rights now, but also when they grow as an adult, to become a workforce, to become an adult, that will really help them to cope with what we are experiencing now or what we will experience in the future, to be a really climate ready, climate proof, climate smart citizens in the society. So anyone who could share what kind of education, training, public awareness experience you had as a child that really was helpful, and or what was missing.
Hi, my name's Jiu. So I'm a classroom teacher in a high school in Australia. So for me, education, I think it's about like giving the power to our youth and to the children instead of us and as adult to lecture them or to tell them what to do in terms of like climate actions or advocacy. So what I do instead of like the traditional way of lecturing or like direct teaching, I hand the power back to my students to let them think about and let them collaborate together in terms of what they want to do to target the climate change or what they want to achieve as a collective group. So by giving the power back to my students, me as an adult is just there to support them and to give them guidance, help them apply for grants instead of, telling them what is climate change and what they have to do, which is something that they get bored with really easily. So I think for education, it's really about just believing in our students, believing in our youth. They have the capability and they have the power to come up with something that is like really inspiring and really empowering. So yeah, that's my little insights on education coming from education background.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we have heard about a lot of good practices about and the needs for more experiential, experimental, more learning outside of the schoolroom as well. The kind of opportunities to empower school children to not just educate themselves, but let them influence their teachers, their parents. This related to the school governance as well. So thank you very much for the input. Any other inputs regarding what your experience was as a child on climate change education, training, or public awareness? Sure.
Hello, everyone. Actually, I'm Crystal from Hong Kong. I'm also a teacher, and I think education means a lot to our kids nowadays because it's not just talking about what knowledge they are going to learn because it's AI era, to be very honest. They will get information online, but something that they need to experience, also something that they need to explore. So this is very important. And then how as teacher or educators to raise their awareness. I think this is important to plant a seed into them. And then they have this little seed and then they will grow. So, and then another thing is also the training to the teachers, to educators. That's so important because like in Hong Kong, we actually teaching specialist subjects. It's not theme-based, unlike some countries. So it means that we are actually specialized in particular subject. So how we can educate our teachers, our educators, to look at a broad curricula rather than just one subject, and then how we can incorporate or doing something integrated. It's not just, for example, not just teaching about science, but then in science, we also have other values, other elements that we need to look into. So something that education should be looked around these days. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, this is Jatu from Sri Lanka and also UNICEF Youth Advocate. I just share my experience. Like we did an education series for kids. Twice a week, we went for a school around 45 minutes. We spent time with them. It's an activity-based learning. Those activities are just as something creative activity. So we'll do an activity first. We will connect the dots. See, if we had did sea animal creation in their paper, we will create that to the. Okay, if you throw a plastic bag in the sea, what will happen to your animal? So like that, we are connecting to the dot with a simple example. So in the end of the day, we receive a huge impact. One of the kids come and said to me like, he said to another person in the beach, don't throw the rubbish, please put it in the bin. So I feel like it's made me success of that education series. So like I suggest like activity-based learning or any creative-based learning, feel them as a joy, educate when we are educate them. So it more works, I feel like. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. I think we are touching upon very important concepts here. So like focusing more on the core competencies of children, so they need to think about system thinking, but also we had a conversation about the joy, the joyful learning, that it's not just about putting in a scientific knowledge that creates climate anxiety among kids, that they worry about the future, but don't really know how to act or how to cope with that emotions and feelings. So in the previous slides, I mentioned that it's not just about cognitive learning, about knowledge and scientific facts, but also, which should also, as you mentioned, should be mainstreamed across all the subjects. It is not just about science or geography, but you can learn it in the history, society, or any other subjects that are being taught. And the international kind of consensus is that it shouldn't be a standalone subject, climate change, which could demotivate students as well as teachers to have that in the curriculum, but rather having it as an integrated kind of in every subject that you can teach climate change, you have that, and empower teachers as well as students to be an active learners of climate change as well as climate action. So that is very, very thankful for the comments. Any other experience you would like to share in terms of climate change education, public awareness training? I could share my personal experience as well. When did I go to the primary school? In 2000, so I joined, attended my first year in the primary in 2000. The first piece of information on climate change that I received was that the usual polar bear, their loss of habitat. But interestingly, the coursework, I'm from Korea, the coursework that I had was because of the shifting climate, it's becoming warmer in Korea. So what they teach you is where you can grow apples, the area of it will shrink. But on the other side, the area where you can grow tropical fruits like mandarin or pineapples will grow. If you think about that now, like, is it really the kind of the information that you want to teach the children, that in that country you will have more bananas? And also teach about polar bear will lose their habitat. It doesn't really mention what's causing the climate change, what's the right values that you should have, what kind of action you can take. And of course, I know nowadays it will be vastly different. But again, coming back to this question from my own experience, I think having that knowledge being taught as early as possible with the right set of knowledge as well as action-oriented elements of it, I would say that my generation, my people in my age will have different kind of value systems and kind of attitudes toward the whole climate crisis, and will act differently. So I'll give a final opportunity to talk about education, public awareness, or training, and I'll move on to the next elements. Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jalun. So I think I'm not from the educational background. I'm actually a medical doctor. But I think just observing and speaking to friends who are in the education sector, and then realizing that, for example, ChatGPT and AI is up and coming, and then students can use that to do their homeworks and learn a lot of different things. But then I think the questions also come towards how do they know the information provided is correct or not? And then I think this is what's potentially lacking in education in the coming years. Because when I grew up, my learning was very spoon-fed. This is what you need to know. Pass your exams, you'll do well in your future. And then I think towards more of a Western country, I think there's a bit more engagement of a playful learning, encourage sort of learning as an activity rather than just a spoon-fed learning. So there's a balance in between, because not having the knowledge, for example, like in a a global south. If you have no knowledge to start with, you can't compete. You don't know what's going out there. You can't bring it back to your own living community. And then in comparison towards a more developed country, yes, you've got the knowledge, but I think you end up being very a critique of what's going on, but you can't differentiate what's right and what's wrong, and then it become a very big problem. So in terms of education and public awareness, it'll be how can we contribute or how can we grow new children as well as teachers and possibly all of us, how do we differentiate between almost right and wrong and make decisions based on these ones? Because especially like from a medical background, we talk about evidence-based things, but sometimes evidence are just behind because you take 10 years to find the evidence and then another 10, 15 years for it to be implemented, and it'll take way longer for this to actually transform the system. So there needs to be a skill to be able to identify and then learn from them, and then be open-minded, and then take from there. I think that's where, when you have discussion, interconnectedness, and collaboration between different backgrounds is quite useful, because we can see each other from a very different background. And they also come towards the point of, it's not just the children, they're also the educators, because I think for my friends that does education sector, they are basically buried by bureaucratic paperwork, gradings, comments, what the school wants, can you get a grades up so the school is privileged or popular among the families. So how do we bridge these gaps? It's also quite important. Should we shift the focus away from just grades, and how do you encourage a more healthy and active learning for the children? Thank you.
Thank you. On the first point, I think it also relates to public access to information, but what kind of information we're talking about here. So over the past few years, especially since 2016, I think, with the some great political polarization that has been evident in certain countries, the discussion about misinformation and disinformation has also significantly affected climate change area. And of course, we now know that this misinformation and disinformation campaigns from the industry has been very evident from as back as in 1970s. And we also need to ask where children these days get their information from. And most people, the first thing that come to their mind would be the social media. And so what kind of information we're expected to get from TikTok or Instagram on climate change, and what kind of measures they're putting in place in those platforms that will help children to identify what are the information that is not true, correct, or there are some skewing information out there, half-truth, let's say, that can really undermine the efforts that are being undertaken by every other citizens in the world. So I think this is a very important aspect of it. So now I think it's a great moment to transition into the next 2 or 3 elements of ACE, so public participation and public access to information. So I know if we talk about children, it's natural to think about the education, the schools, the formal process that everyone takes. But I think there's also a growing recognition and importance being given to children's participation in the decision-making process. And as I said, access to information is a prerequisite for an effective public participation. So I want to know whether any of you have helped children to participate in the public participation processes, or have you, from your own experience, was able to be part of, or you intended to be part of, but that there were some barriers that blocked you from participating in the decision-making process as a child? So any kind of experience or information that you would like to share with public participation and access to information, I would open the floor for that. Sure.
So apart from being a high school teacher, so I'm also a education volunteer for one of the Buddhist charity group. So my students for that group would be like year 1 and year 2 students in primary school. So in order for them to be part of the climate action and to actively participate in public events, so what we do is to create opportunity for them. So for them at such a young age, like they don't know like what other resources are there, or some of their parents are clueless about what other events or what other activity they can bring their children to. So for us as teachers, we organize events like tree planting or some of the events for children, and also like Clean Up Australia Day, which is to pick up rubbish from the beach or from the street. So these are the experiences and events that they may not be aware of, but through exposing them to this event and giving them the opportunity to be part of it, they slowly understand what it means to be engaged in climate action and what are the situations and what are the reality that we are facing. So I think for children at a younger age, this is something that we can consider to really expose them in a real life experience rather than just teaching them what it's like in the North Pole and what it's like in the ocean, because they can't relate to it. They haven't seen it. They need something that can be seen and they need to experience it. So yeah, so I think it's important to create opportunity for them to really be part of it and engage in the activities.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think your example perfectly showcased how the ACE elements are interlinked, that when we talk about one element, it naturally leads to some other elements. So you talked about experience from public participation, but it was perfectly linked to education and public awareness piece as well. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mayantha from Sri Lanka, representing Slycon Trust Youth. We are a non-profit think tank, and we have a arm of work related to the youth program. So we mainly work on youth and youth empowerment. So I want to mention 2 examples we do in Sri Lanka. For the in Sri Lanka government, they are now making a climate policy for Sri Lanka. For that, they open a call for youth and the general public. So as a public participation example, we organize a session for youth to get give the inputs for the Sri Lanka Climate Change Act. So I must say this, we had 2 sessions, one for general public and one for the youth. For the best things and best inputs we got from the youth events. That's an example for public participation. And in Sri Lanka, we, as a Slycon Trust, we make a draft framework on youth engagement based on the 6 ACE pillars. So I want to highlight, we had a few sessions, so I will read you a few comments and inputs we got under the public participation. So we asked them the question for challenges for the public participation and the identify opportunities and solution. As the challenges, they said lack of awareness and climate action events for them to participate, and the identify opportunities and propose solution. They mentioned youth-led projects, networking events, youth engagement opportunities, and participation in decision-making processes. That's why we organize events for youth to give inputs for the government one and the other one. Thank you.
Sure. One follow-up question. Would the youth include children in the process that you just described? So people who are in between 0 to 18 years old?
Yeah. We open the for all the 0 to 18 plus under 35. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you. Any other experience you'd like to share? I think we are, I think we are right on time. So I think we can move on to the second question. So any ideas and suggestions on what you want to see from the mandate that the Secretariat now needs to carry out to report on the guidelines and good practices on child education and empowerment from the perspective of youth or youth serving or youth focused stakeholders in the room at the moment, what kind of added value products that will help you, your organizations, or any other child-related stakeholders would be able to get from the report. So I think this is the right moment for us to really brainstorm what the report could look like or should look like, and something that you would really want to see from the report. I understand that this is a very big question since I only introduced the mandate to you a few minutes ago. Just looking for the floor. No worries. I think we already have a very good inputs from the floor about what should the climate education and empowerment should look like in those 6 elements, and that the report, I guess, should capture those elements and highlight that as a priority and needs of where the education, public awareness, training, public participation, and public access to information on with children should look like. And just to wrap up, for education, I think we highlight the aspects of education needs to be more experimental, experiential, something that they could experience in real lives. So it's not just about coursework in the classroom, but it's also outside. Let them experience what it means, the climate action, the climate impact, and any other environmental issues that are related to climate change. And that teachers should be empowered and trained to deliver those, but also students themselves should be empowered to make the decisions in the governance process within the school. Public awareness, of course, here again, it should go beyond the knowledge, that it should touch upon the behavioral and emotional aspects on dealing the climate change or climate crisis. Training as well. We talked about how it should be something that should be long-term. Well, children should be prepared when they transition into youth and adults. And that access to information, we touch upon the misinformation and disinformation, how we need to have a system or have the capacities to discern what is right from wrong, or to be aware of those half-truths that could impede the climate action. Public participation, of course, again, learning by doing, giving them opportunities, empower them to take a more central stage, to really make the decisions themselves. And I think that's it. If I missed anything, this is the final moment for you to take the floor, give us any inputs. But otherwise, this is our email address, ace@unfccc.int. Again, we will be aiming to have a global survey, hopefully in partnership with UNICEF or any other interested organizations, to really systematically collect, but not just from the relevant organizations, but from children themselves, to identify what are the guidelines and good practices out there, what should be the priorities and needs that needs to be captured in our final report to be published next year. I know we have a next session. Perhaps I can give Climate Fresk some more time to share with you their interesting initiative. And of course, huge congratulations to all of you for this fantastic Youth, Children, Education and Skills Day. And hopefully we'll meet each other again for the next few days in the venue. So thank you very much for your attention and attending the session.
I love it, baby, when you drop it low. How you love
of people don't believe that climate change is linked to human activities. And worse, 10% think that climate change isn't real at all. Now imagine if you could explain climate change in a fun and interesting way, an interactive way. Well, guess what? You can with Climate Fresk. I think Climate Fresk makes it easy to explain climate change. It's a fun and interactive workshop where the main goal, is to get everyone, as many people as possible, to understand the causes and consequences of climate change. And really, this workshop helps you explore the complexity of the issue. And it helps you visualize it really well. So, 3 hours, 42 cards, a bunch of participants, one facilitator, and off you go. Simple. Not only is it simple, it's a playful and accessible game where you learn as much from using the cards as you do from working together. Collective intelligence is a really important part of the workshop. So in this workshop, the workshop, it really engages you completely. You start by using your head to reconstitute the story of climate change with the cards, and then we talk about how we feel about it. And finally, we brainstorm ideas on how to take action with our hands. Head, heart, hands. It's a transformative approach. And this is exactly why the Climate Fresk is incredibly impactful compared to any other course on climate change. Last year, I was doing my master's program in nature-inspired design. So I thought I had a pretty good understanding of what climate change was. And then I did my first fresk. And I was shocked. I suddenly realized I had no idea what I was talking about. And having this big picture visual representation of climate change really woke me up. I was specializing in this topic. I was being told that I was part of the solution. And I realized I didn't even understand what the problem was. So after the workshop, I not only understood what was going on, I felt empowered to help others understand. And you heard me call it a game, but actually it's not for children. Adults around the world love this workshop. And it's crucial that adults today understand what the problem is, because we are the decision makers. We are the ones acting. And we can't act as long as we don't understand what the problem is. So, the Climate Fresk, beyond being a workshop, we like to say that it's a call to climate action. Because once you play the workshop, you really feel like, okay, I'm ready to act. So once you play the workshop and fall in love with it like the rest of us, you can become a facilitator, a fresker. Yes, by the way, this is a new term for you in your vocabulary, fresking. So you can be part of the solution. You can spread this knowledge. You can play with your parents, your children, your pottery class, your work colleagues, and even your tennis partner. And it's super easy to do. The training is only 3 hours long, and then you can just do it with whoever you want. And now you might think, oh, but I'm not a climate change specialist. I don't know what climate change is about. But believe me, anyone can be a facilitator. I'm a product designer. And in the Fresker community, we have people from all over. We have nurses, we have professional musicians, we have social workers, and all of them are becoming experts and references on climate change. Yeah, sorry. Now, if you think of the speed of deployment of this workshop, it's actually insane. Imagine you play the Climate Fresk, and you love it, and you become a facilitator. And then you fresk for 20 people, and one of them loves it and becomes a facilitator. And fresk for 20 more people, and one of them loves it, and again, and again, and again. In the first year, we had 4,000 participants. In the second year, it was 40,000. And now, we have 1.3 million people around the world who have played the Climate Fresk in only 5 years, and thanks to 63,000 facilitators. And how could we grow this fast? One of the reasons is that the creator of the game decided to use a Creative Commons license, which means that anyone can play the game without modifying the cards. And you can even use this workshop as a corporate workshop to spread understanding of climate change in companies. This workshop is so impactful that it inspired others to create similar workshops with a similar method for other complex topics, like the biodiversity crisis, sexism, and a lot of other things. So the other thing is that this workshop is so incredibly effective that it was used to break not just one, but 2 Guinness World Records with the support of the UAE Ministry of Climate Change. It has spread to over 150 countries, and the number of participants has doubled every 6 months since the beginning. And it all started with one man trying to find a way to simply explain climate change. If you're interested or still skeptical, we have a quiz right outside, so you can try set number 1 of the climate fresque. You can also sign up to sessions during COP, and you can then train to become a facilitator. Now, take this tool, go out there, spread the science of climate change, and empower people to take action. Yalla.
Nice, nice, nice. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for the climate fresque. Nice. So in 30 minutes, as said, we will be expecting ASG youth to join us and also AY for some music. So it's going to be the celebration tonight. So yeah, feel free to also join the climate fresque and try the game a little. And while we wait, we will have a short break and then we can start our celebration. Meanwhile, do invite your friends to also join us and feel free to interact and talk to your neighbors. If you don't know someone, see what they are doing in their country and yeah, share your story with them. And let's have fun very soon. Thank you very much.